Willkommen zu einem neuen Stream. Foolishmortals. Und auch höchstwahrscheinlich das letzte Stream vom Spiel. Weil wir sind nicht mehr lange vom Finale. Wir müssen jetzt heute noch 3 Schlüssel finden. Für das Schatz, was wir suchen. Und es werden bestimmt noch einige Rätsel auf uns warten, wo wir das schaffen oder uns Hilfe suchen. Eins der beiden. Aber sollte heute fertig werden. Mal schauen, wie lange es geht. Bin gespannt. Wir müssen noch 3 Skelettschlüssel finden und damit die 3 Türen öffnen, die wir letztes Mal gesehen haben, wo auch der kleine Geist war, der Billy, glaube ich, ist der, mit dem im Versteck gespielt haben. Dann müssen wir die Schlüssel finden dafür. Mal schauen, was wir alles machen müssen. Laden. Ja, hier. Oh, nicht löschen. Löschen wir fatal. Laden, laden. McKellen hat den Auftrag, die Gewebeschlüssel der Brüder der Braut zu finden. Es soll die geheimnisvolle Madame Blanchet um Land fragen. Ja. Das müssen wir machen. Der Schlüssel, damit sie unten das aufmachen und wir das der Schatz, wo am Ende letztens rausgefunden haben. Es geht nicht um Geld, sondern um ein verfluchtes Artefakt, was das Leben von anderen Menschen raubt und hier sozusagen und die Lebensessenz überträgt, damit du dann ewig weiterlebst. Das ist halt dann das sollen wir dann versuchen, den guten Reckman auszuhalten. Mal schauen, ob wir das schaffen. Ja. Guck, ich hab ein Heft.
What do you think of this magazine?
So tales of the house are already starting to spread.
Ja. Die ganze Welt weiß Bescheid.
The man in the portrait was seated at a desk with papers in his hand.
Ja.
It was a portrait of the scientist Cecil Belmore.
Cecil.
It was a portrait of the explorer Xavier Belmore. The man in the portrait was standing in front of a globe. It was a portrait of the actor Yardley Belmore. The man in the portrait was standing on a stage holding a cup and saucer. I need to talk to Abigail's 3 brothers. Can we cast a summoning spell again to speak to their ghosts?
I'm afraid not, Murphy. The ghosts of Belmore Manor could only be summoned because our spirits were trapped here and hadn't moved on to the spirit realm. The Belmore brothers were murdered months before the wedding. Each has long since moved on, however reluctantly. It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen, but I don't think there is much chance of that here.
How can we make contact with the 3 brothers?
We need to conduct a seance for each of the brothers, a way to contact them in the spirit realm and learn how and where they were killed. But each spirit is attuned differently. I will need you to gather some objects in order to contact them.
What do we need to contact Yardley Belmore?
Yardley was a man of leisure, accustomed to the finer things in life. As his portrait shows, we must read tea leaves to contact him. You must bring me a used teacup.
What do we need to contact Xavier Belmore?
Xavier was a man of the world, a traveler across the globe. As in his portrait, it is a globe that we will need to contact him, but one made of glass, a crystal ball.
What do we need to contact Cecil Belmore?
Cecil was a man of letters, skilled with the written word. Like the papers you see in his portrait, to contact him, you must bring me a spirit board, a sheet of letters through which Cecil may communicate.
Okay. Yeah.
How can I find those seance items when I can't even leave the house? I don't even know what's trapping me here.
That would be Abigail.
Abigail is keeping me trapped in the house?
She was. A last desperate act to keep you here and free her from Rackham's curse. Return to the front doors, Murphy, and they will now open for you. Scour the island, search the manor, and bring those 3 items back to me, and we can begin to locate the 3 brothers.
Okay,
I'll start looking right away.
Good luck. And hurry. Rackham will soon know what you're trying to do. And unlike the other ghosts here, His powers are no longer confined to the house. Just one more thing before you go. I have something that may help you.
Cool, ein Amulett. Sowas ähnliches.
A necklace?
Yeah.
What can I do with this?
Return it to whom it belongs. Now go. You do not have much time, and yet the mysteries of our entire island await.
It was time to test what Madame Planchette had told me, and see if I really could leave the house.
Whoop, whoop. Wir können das Haus verlassen.
So it was true. Right now I was living my very own ghost story, with a household of people who needed my help and a villainous phantom who had to be stopped. With Belmore Manor unlocked, the entirety of the house and island were now mine to explore. Somewhere out there were the Belmore brothers' 3 keys. My first task, to gather a crystal ball, a spirit board, and some tea leaves. It was a handmade necklace of a wooden compass broken in 2.
Schauen. Lauf, schneller. Ah, das Mädchen ist da.
Oh, it's you again.
Mallory, what are you doing here on the Belmore estate? I thought all the locals were too scared to wander around here.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm having a tea party for my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
How cute. And what are you talking about with your new doll?
Our strategy for conquering mortal civilization.
Right.
It's rude not to introduce yourself, you know.
Mallory, have you been practicing ventriloquism?
Are you calling me a dummy?
You can talk?
I'm a head. Talking is one of the few things I can specialize in.
I didn't know that.
You didn't ask. My name, now that you're listening, is Sir Edward Teddington. Or as Miss Wisp here calls me.
Shrunken Ted.
Nächste für Tee.
You're not doing very much tea drinking at your tea party.
I couldn't get a handle on the physiology of it. No arms, hands, or esophagus makes this a little trickier than it used to be.
And I am drinking it. Watch.
Not a fan?
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
But an important one to acquire. Tea was the fuel of the British Empire.
Then maybe it would be better in a gas tank.
Mallory was handling the teacup with the tentativeness of a toddler being given castor oil. May I have a cup of tea?
Nope.
Now, Mallory, what were we saying about manners?
Oh, yes, right. How do I put this delicately? I'm afraid this is a private engagement exclusively for the Sisterhood of Darkness.
Precisely. Remember, we may be planning on enveloping the world with a new totalitarian empire led by yourself as queen, but that's no reason to be impolite. Manners cost nothing. However, in this case, it is a private engagement.
Mallory, you shouldn't be inside the Belmore estate. Don't you know about the disappeared wedding?
You're asking a little girl about murder, black magic, and broken hearts?
Sorry, I don't want to give you nightmares.
Are you kidding me? I love this stuff! I wrote a paper on it last semester that prompted a parent-teacher intervention.
Das Mädchen ist einfach...
Haven't you seen the Phantom?
The grumpy
Wahnsinn.
guy in the tall hat? Yeah, I've seen him through the windows of the house.
Doesn't he give you nightmares?
Sure does, but those are the kind of dreams I like.
Von Sebastian?
Do you know Sebastian Bach?
Nicht belesen.
Unfortunately,
Why didn't you tell me?
I did.
Okay, yes, you did, but didn't you think it was worth mentioning he was a ghost?
I didn't think you'd be interested. Most grown-ups just don't believe me.
So you can see ghosts?
Ugh, I wish I couldn't. Most of them don't shut up. Wailing through the windows all the time. Sebastian's the worst, the booger-brained bighead. thinks he knows everything.
But the ghosts weren't visible until I cast the summoning spell.
To you, maybe. I mean, they're a lot more visible now. They were just shadowy, glowy things before.
The fact that I conducted an occult spell seemed to be lost on her. Knowing what I did about her, she probably did the same every day before breakfast.
Ah, das glaube ich auch. Das glaube ich auch, Murphy.
It was Sebastian that made you get the tin boat. He altered the toy catalog.
I knew it! Well, that's it. He's going to the top of the hit list once I'm Queen of the Universe. If you see him, tell him Poc's in for a shock.
But,
So, Ted, that whole time I was carrying you around in my pocket...
Picking me up and stuffing me inside your vest without even a good evening? That's the living for you nowadays. Rude.
I'm very sorry. I've just never encountered a shrunken head that could talk to me before.
Maybe you have, and you just never introduced yourself.
I suppose, but I can't go around introducing myself to every inanimate object that I'm carrying on the off chance that they're supernaturally possessed, can I?
Did you just call me an object? That's objectification right there.
ist passiert?
How did you end up as a shrunken head, Ted?
Can you believe this, Mallory? Asking about physical impairments just as brazenly as you like.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a sore subject.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Me and the old boys were embarking on a race through the Caribbean, known as the Coconut Rally. 14 days, 14 islands, with only what you can carry on your back to sustain you. It was all going so well, until day 9, when I was told to seek out a tribe of pygmies. Perhaps I got a bit lost, because the village I found was populated by villagers of average height.
Didn't that clue you in that you were in the wrong place?
I thought maybe they were just exceptionally tall pygmies. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know. They were a very welcoming people, filling me up on pork and bananas, a nice hot bath in a pot they hung over the fire. But it turns out they held a different philosophy when it comes to head placement and proportion. Still, no use grumbling. That's not the British way. Stiff upper lip. That's what we need.
So wurde er gebraten.
Ted, how did you end up on Devil's Rock?
I was brought back here on a merchant ship by a strange man in a top hat who settled on me as a souvenir. Can you believe it? The indignity of being swapped and saying I was only worth 2 chickens.
I'd say at least 3.
Exactly.
And now you're helping a little girl take over the world, Ted?
Look, I was a little late getting in on the British Empire, and now its height has passed me by. I don't want to miss out again. This is my opportunity to get my foot on the ladder of a new attempt.
More like your chin on the ladder.
Very funny. You know, I have other interests too. You really need to get to know me as a person. I'm very well-rounded.
Of course you're round. You're just a head.
The jokes just keep coming, don't they?
Could I have your teacup if you're not drinking it?
I am drinking it. Well, I would if it didn't taste so bitter.
Well, I'll leave you two to your plans.
Long live the sisterhood!
Okay.
The teapot was empty.
Hey, leave that alone. I'm drinking it.
I thought you didn't like it.
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
I didn't need to show her that again. What do you think of this magazine?
Looks like a jolly good read. I might have trouble turning the pages, though.
Das stimmt.
I didn't think... Do you mind if I take this?
Good idea. You can be my butler.
Okay, den Löffel habe ich.
Nope.
Und?
Gazing up at the glowing moon, it reminded me of a poem I could recite by heart, even if I couldn't remember where I'd first heard it. From way up high, the moon can spy beyond where eyesight delves, but with some time, the maritime can see those sights themselves.
Wäre nicht mal schlecht.
Then we bribe the kindergarteners and use them for espionage.
Shh, shh, shh. He's back.
I didn't need to interrupt the tea party. I wasn't going to take Mallory's new friend away.
Okay. Was mit mir? Hier ist das Gleiche. Warte mal. Kann ich dem Riffel das Fettes mitnehmen? Ah, hier ist der Blitzleiter. Aber so ein Schirm.
The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach.
So, hier oben klettern.
The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach.
Feigling. Feigling. Und da ist der Rabe, Baum und der andere.
The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility.
Ah, okay, das war's gewesen. Das ist der Stamm ein bisschen. So. Wo kann ich mir das Ding holen?
I'd bothered the chicken enough. That wasn't going to.
Oben kann ich nicht hin. Und die Tür kann ich glaube immer nicht öffnen.
I tried the door.
Aber verschlossen. Dort schon in die Stadt gehen. Warte mal. Oh. Kann ich da rein jetzt? Oder ist er noch versperrt?
I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open.
Wieder hier durch.
That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. Nope. The gate was too well set into the thick stone walls to be dislodged with the screwjack. The auger would have... I already had...
Ja. Ich könnte sagen, dem Schießpulver springt die Tür auf. Genau, mein Hass. Spirit Queen.
My trek through the bayou was easier on the return. My destination glowed green through the bald cypress trees. And then I saw why. The Spirit Queen was now a smoldering wreck, the embers of the green fire still glowing from within.
Ship is down.
I wondered if I could reach the telegrams. Well, that answered that.
Okay. Telegramme gibt's nicht mehr.
There was nothing else of interest in the shack.
Telegramme gibt's nicht mehr.
The riverboat looked like it might collapse at any moment. There was no way I was going to explore it.
Hammer, 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 Hammer.
The tide was still high as I returned to the Causeway Beach, while the sands were now the purlieu of a rather strange gentleman jabbing at the rocks with a walking stick. I picked up the vacuum flask from the portable table.
Oh.
I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on two legs and wearing a bowler hat. It was an empty vacuum flask, used to insulate drinks so they stayed hot or cold.
Ich glaube, ich habe irgendwas mal da reinmachen.
The wiry man was diligently searching the beach, looking like the awkward love child of Sherlock Holmes and a praying mantis.
Nicht glatt, ne?
Careful where you step.
Look, another one.
Another what?
A pebble. Don't step on them.
There are pebbles all over this beach. There's not many places I could stand that don't have them.
But they could be important.
Was?
My name's Murphy McCallan. Nice to meet you.
Oh, yes. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I'm Muffy Carlyle.
Wait, I think I've heard of you. Doesn't your family run a banking firm in New York?
That's the one. Are you familiar with the Carlisle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
Actually, the reason I remembered you was because I was amazed the owner had a son named Muffy.
It's a nickname. Nanny gave it to me because my ears were always cold.
Muffy. Oh man.
What's so important about the pebbles?
It's not the pebbles themselves. It's what's inside them.
What's inside the pebbles?
Dinosaurs.
Jo, kein Problem,
I'm sorry.
Sapsi.
I think I'm missing something here. You think there are dinosaurs living inside the rocks?
Not living. They're extinct. So I've been told. But skulls, bones, fossils.
Oh, you're a fossil hunter?
That's right. But this beach seems terrible for them.
Hast einen angenehmen Tag gehabt. Und dass nicht mehr viel machen musst bis morgige Essen. Was gibt's morgen Gutes?
Why is this beach terrible for fossil hunting?
Too many people wandering across here. The place has been picked dry. I need somewhere secluded. A beach no one ever goes to. Are you from around here? Do you know anywhere like that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, do let me know if you find anywhere. I'd pay a pretty penny to go somewhere with potential.
Okay.
Have you found many fossils before?
Only one. It was in our flower garden. The summer house, actually.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Where did you find it?
In a plant pot.
A plant pot? Shouldn't it have been in the ground?
Yes. Nanny told me she planted it there for me to find. Couldn't stand the look of disappointment on my face.
Oh, this was when you were a child.
No, last week.
Okay. Ach so, ja. Ganz normal. Bei uns auch morgen Kartoffelsalat und ein Würstchen. Nichts Großartiges, einfach das normal.
What's
Immer.
that book over there on the table?
That's my research text, all about dinosaurs.
A paleontology textbook?
No, Dunstan the Dinosaur. A thrilling series of books for the young reader. And the reader who is young at heart. My favorite is Dunstan and the Mysterious Meteor from Mars.
Okay, du bist ein bisschen zurück geblieben.
Have you been out here long?
Just a couple of hours. Rufus dropped me off just after supper.
Dropped you off, but the causeway is flooded over.
I didn't come via the causeway. I got here on the yacht.
You have a boat?
The Plucky Plesiosaur. I named it myself.
Auch so eine Yacht haben. Hähnchenbrüste mit Rahmsoße und Pommes.
Do you work for your father's company too?
That's right. I'm Executive Director of New Initiatives.
And what exactly does that entail?
Oh, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But Papa does say it requires me to be out of the office as much as humanly possible. Muffy, he tells me, if I have to see your face around here, I'll end up moving to Tibet and joining a monastery. So even if I'm not sure exactly what my job is, clearly it is very important.
Das glaube ich nicht.
Good luck with your search.
I'll never give up. That's the dinosaur way.
Das glaube ich nicht.
What do you think of this magazine?
Does it have dinosaurs in it?
No.
No.
That's a shame. I think I shall stick with Dunstan the Dinosaur Quarterly.
So. Kann ich ihm was geben?
I thought I'd keep that to my...
Okay.
It was a small leather pouch currently.
Den haben wir aber. Da verschwindet es nicht.
I needed...
So verschwindet es nicht.
Life continued on in Dead Nettle, its citizens oblivious to the supernatural struggle happening on the far side of the island. Even with their predilection for local legend, I doubted they'd believe me if I told them.
Da wird es.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I didn't think I'd be seeing you again, Mac. I thought you'd be swimming back to the mainland. Or, well, swimming with the fishes. How's the auditing going?
Well, I quit my job.
You quit? I thought that was the whole reason you were here in the first place.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Why you doing this, Mac? Don't you have a family you need to get back to? Away from the ghost stories?
Keine Familie?
I don't have any family. I never have. I was found.
Found?
As a baby, I was left on the doorstep of an orphanage with just a blanket and a piece of paper with my name on it. Growing up, I always felt alone, like I was missing someone who loved me. The last orphanage I was in was above a bookstore called Eerie Echoes, and I used to pick up the dime novels that got thrown out at the end of each month. My favorites were always the scary ones.
Why did you like the scary stories so much?
I felt like if I could read the scariest story I could find, it would make my life at the time seem a little less scary by comparison.
That's heartbreaking, Mac.
But that's why I'm still here. I always wanted to be in one of those stories, and now I am. I don't have much of a past, but this is a chance to make myself a future.
Well, I hope you find what you're searching for. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Ich glaube, ich
I
weiß.
think I might know what happened at Belmore Manor on the night of the disappearance.
I've told you, Mac. I don't want to hear no more about it.
But I think I know who the Phantom is.
Murphy, don't even say the name. I've seen that aberration once, and that was enough. I saw those faces laughing at me every night for months. I won't go through that again.
Ned's fear was real. I can only imagine what 3 decades of those faces would do to a person. Do you remember the Belmore Trading Company ever unloading a coffin at these docks?
You know, now that you mention it, that does ring a bell. Yeah, back when I first started out, the Belmore's flagship, the SS Mysterium, came back into port a few days late, and Mr. Rackham rustled up a bunch of us roustabouts to help unload it, way earlier than we usually be out. Yeah, I remember that morning. Almost as much as the bonus pay we got for the early hours.
Did you find out what was in it?
I don't think we paid it much mind. It was rare, but people did die at sea back in those days. Although saying that, they'd usually be buried at sea too. I don't remember any fanfare about it, but it must have been someone important in there.
Or something.
Ja, die gute Stein.
Still fishing?
You won't believe this, Mac. Squibb's record was ruled invalid. He was overheard down at Spinelli's bar boasting about how he put ball bearings inside the Pengoza to make it heavier. Can you believe the nerve of some people?
The despicable things they'll do.
That means I'm right behind you, buddy. Just one lucky catch, and I'll be bumping you down to second place.
Ja. Wenn ich hier keinen Hof finden werde.
Is that a grill you've got there, Ned?
14 hours out here would give anyone an appetite. I'm not giving up just yet, but it'll be supper time soon. You're welcome to join me.
Ja,
Do you miss working on the docks?
I wouldn't give up fishing for it, but I have good memories of those times. Good, honest teamwork. Working outdoors, singing shanties, and swapping stories. Though to be honest, some of the tales they tell may have been a little exaggerated.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
Kann ich noch was machen? Was ist noch? Terrafer.
What do you think of this necklace?
That's some nice work. A lot of the sailors who worked the Belmore ships used to make things like that.
I thought I'd keep that to my... I had more important things to... The fisherman sat on the edge of the dock looking as content as a cat with a can of tuna. And with the same smell, too.
Noch nicht da.
Oh, what a piece of junk. So much as a nudge and the whole thing locks up. Work, damn you!
That almost hit me.
Almost isn't good enough. A few inches over and we could have had a lovely headline about a gory workplace accident.
Okay.
I'm the only one allowed behind the desk, McAllen.
Sorry.
Okay, ich darf da nicht hin. Wo ist die Feder jetzt? Na, okay. Bestimmt wollte ich jetzt die Feder suchen. Aber es macht, glaube ich, mit der sprechen.
Of all of the papers pinned to the board, one article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a head.
Was soll jetzt Michael?
This is why I need to switch to electric.
What seems to be the problem?
The tilt coil snapped off and almost had my eye out.
Your eye?
Can you believe it? I try to get a story that's fit to print, and instead the printing press has a fit. Why can't I get one of those electric machines like they've got at the New Orleans Post?
Wenn du auf der Insel bist und keiner ist interessiert.
Can I help fix it?
The press needs a new coil, but the only manufacturer is an 82-year-old machinist in Boise, Idaho. Getting a replacement will take weeks.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe if you can magic up a new coil.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe if you...
Okay. Neue Spule brauche ich. Aha.
Oh, look who's returned.
Good evening, Felix.
Remind me, did you say your name was Captain Not?
My pseudonym, that's right, for marketing purposes.
Because I've been doing some research in the club archives, and it seems as though we already had a Captain Not as a member about 10 years ago.
That would be my father, Captain Knott Sr. I'll pass on a hello next time I see him.
42 years as a captain, sailed each of the 7 seas.
That's the one. More at home on the waves.
It says in the records that he's deceased.
Might be harder than expected to pass on that hello, actually.
Drowned, apparently,
A mighty struggle.
while taking a bath.
Mainly a struggle with the plug, really.
Look, I'm on to you, Sonny. When Mr. Perkins gets back tomorrow, we'll be having an investigation. Captain Not, or not a captain.
And until then?
Enjoy the club.
Es freut mich, dass es Spaß macht. Weil das
I
gefällt.
didn't need to do that. Avast, mateys! Shiver me timbers! 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, me hearties. Yo-ho!
What on earth are you talking about?
I think your lighthouse might have lured in a loon, Moot.
I thought you were captains. Isn't this how captains talk?
Not outside a Treasure Island novel. Do you expect us to carry parrots on our shoulders, too?
I tried that once in my life, and all I got was excrement down the back of my blazer.
Oh, right.
That trophy belongs to the club champion, and as I'm club champion, I'm telling you, hands off.
Okay, also muss ich das machen, damit ich die Trophäe bekomme.
Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry. That didn't work. I couldn't.
Schere vielleicht?
I needed to. It was an ornate iron window box. Unlike the others, this one had no flowers in it. Nope. Nope. That didn't work. It was an ornate.
Ja. Hätte vielleicht klappen können. Eben damit nur andere quatschen.
Good evening.
It's about time you got here. I've been waiting for you.
You have?
Darn right. Give me another sarsaparilla and be quick about it.
No, I'm not a waiter.
You're a captain? They keep getting younger and younger. Do they give you a free pair of floaties with your license nowadays?
Are you a captain?
I was, a long time ago. Captain Cuthbert Moot's the name. Now I'm the island's lighthouse keeper.
Entweder Captain.
How come you're not captaining anymore?
I had a bit of a bump with a lighthouse.
Wie soll denn das
Only
gehen?
lighthouses had some way of warning you they were there. The lighthouse keeper's nostrils huffed like a bull about to charge at a matador.
After I crashed the ship, I lost my job with the Belmore Trading Company. What's more, I was taken off the Belmore wedding guest list. I've spent one disappointment after another ever since. I used to be a king of the waves. Now I'm a bigger wreck than my ship.
Ja, übersehen.
How did you not see the lighthouse?
I was busy at the time. What are you, the captaincy board?
But you managed to keep your captain's license?
In a manner of speaking, the captaincy board has a sense of irony. After I crashed into the lighthouse, they made me take the job of lighthouse keeper to maintain my credentials.
Then shouldn't you be at the fort if you're the lighthouse keeper?
Yeah, it's a dreary place, and there's a damn fleabag cat there that won't leave me alone. Anyway, it's a clear night. If the fog comes in, I'll switch the light on. Otherwise, I'm staying right here.
Ich muss hier ein Feuer machen. Damit hier Nebel
What's wrong with the
kommt.
cat?
Blacktail, you see these scratch marks on my nose? The damn thing jumps for my head every time the badge on my hat catches the light.
Dann nimm's doch runter.
You worked for the Belmore Trading Company?
Once upon a time, I was the captain of the SS Mysterium, flagship of the Belmore Trading Company fleet. I've captained more ocean voyages than you've taken baths. I might look like I should be hawking fish sticks at a market stall, but back then, I was at the top of my game, enjoying the finer things in life. Caviar in the finest restaurants, champagne at the finest resorts, dressing in the finest tuxedos. Oh, one little bump through my whole career down the plug hole.
I take it the Captain's Club doesn't compare.
It did once upon a time. This place used to be a model of a club. Now the only thing it'd be modeling would be a cardigan and a girdle.
So you weren't invited to the Belmore wedding?
No, I was snubbed. Years of captaining their flagship, and then I get forgotten like a dirty sock. I tried to convince Mrs. Craddock to add me to the list, but she's got a heart colder than a penguin's behind.
I was invited to the Belmore wedding.
What? You never told me that.
You never asked. Yeah, not a direct invitation from the Belmores, but I was invited as a +1.
Who invited you?
A little lady named Tallulah LaRue.
Why didn't you go?
Because she scared the hell out of me.
Ja, die gute Tallulah. Ist ein bisschen komisch.
Isn't it lucky that you didn't go to the Belmore wedding?
Lucky? How by Neptune's beard could you call that lucky?
Because the whole wedding disappeared. Their lives were stolen from them, their souls trapped in a tormented house for eternity. If you'd have been there, you'd have disappeared too.
Oh, it just would have been nice to feel included. That's all.
Na, komm.
Is there a way into the fort?
Not without the key, and I'm the one in charge of that. Do you know the reason for the big walls, the sturdy gates, the barrels of gunpowder, and the big boomy cannons? To keep people out.
Can you turn on the lighthouse beacon?
I don't know if you know how lighthouses work, but they only need to be lit up when visibility is low. As far as I can tell, it's a clear night. So until I see fog pouring through that window, I'm not doing a thing.
I better be off.
So long.
Aber das Schießpulver glaube ich nicht.
That wasn't going to work.
Muss irgendwie gefühlt.
That didn't.
Ich muss irgendwie Feuer da machen.
That wasn't going to. I could.
Ja, war schon wieder viel los gewesen. Aber es hat Weihnachten. Oh. Da unten ist einer. Bärmann. Okay. Du bist neu. Ja. Kann man schon sagen, schon anstrengend. Morgen noch. Dann gibt es 2 Tage Urlaub, kann man sagen. Und dann Samstag geht's weiter. Ich hoffe, dass morgen ein bisschen ruhiger wird.
Good evening. My name's Murphy McCallan.
Good evening, Captain McCallan. Captain Gifford Pemberley at your service. That's right, I expect you've heard of me. Master of the Mississippi, tamer of the Tennessee, cuddler of the Colorado. Care to hit the table with me?
Ja, morgen bis 1:30 offen. Noch 1:30. Dann Feierabend. Immer so 14 Uhr sind wir raus und dann nach Hause. Und dann 2,5 Tage frei. Und am Samstag geht's weiter. Dann, wenn die Leute kommen, so, wir haben kein Essen mehr.
That's a very nice trophy in the corner.
Well, it didn't start out as a trophy. We needed something spherical, so we just gilded a cannonball from over at Fort de la Moor. Polished up like a trombone in a marching band. A lot of elbow grease went into that shine, and currently these wrists have enough lubrication for a 12-lane bowling alley.
Are you saying that's your trophy?
That's right, boy. Champion billiards player of the Captain's Club. Keeps the other captains on their toes. Or peg leg in the case of Wooden Willie.
Surely he can't like being called that.
Too true. I think his peg leg is actually ceramic, but then the alliteration doesn't work.
Ich glaube, bei Heiligabend ist es gesetzlich vorgeschrieben, wie lange die Geschäfte offen haben müssen. Ich glaube, das ist
Are you a famous riverboat captain?
You
vorgeschrieben.
haven't heard of me?
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of experience with riverboats.
Don't tell me you're one of those jelly-legged sea captains.
Jelly-legged? At least we sea captains do proper sailing, with charts, by the stars, across vast seas and oceans, hundreds of miles from land. You riverboat captains only have 2 directions, upriver or downriver.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't understand the perils of the riverways. I got my start in Baton Rouge. All I needed to do was teach the Mississippi that I was its master. If it wasn't going to do as it was told, it would get a damn good spanking until it fell in line.
Ja, hier, ich habe mal geguckt, Google. Obwohl Heiligabend kein gesetzlicher Feiertag ist, schreibt das Ladenschlussgesetz diesen Tag besondere Regeln vor. Laut Paragraph 3 müssen Verkaufsstellen am 4. Dezember ab 14 Uhr geschlossen bleiben, sofern dieser auf einen Werktag fällt. Also, da meistens die am einem Werktag fallen, so die Heiligabend, muss es ab 14 Uhr zu sein. Daher darfst du nichts mehr verkaufen ab 14 Uhr. Oder sagen, dass niemand, das Geschäft muss zu sein. Es ist nicht sagen, gesetzlich vorgeschrieben, aber ist halt im Paragraph drin, dass wenn es auf Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag fällt, muss ab 14 Uhr zu sein. Und da ja Heiligabend gefühlt nie auf einem Samstag oder Sonntag fällt, ist dann immer 14 Uhr zu.
Have you been a member of the Captain's Club long?
I'd say so. I got my license when I was 25. When my uncle Augustus passed away, I sold his gumbo restaurant and purchased a diamond of a riverboat. I ran pleasure cruises up the waterways of Devil's Rock for years.
Are you still a captain?
Technically, but it's hard to put into practice when you no longer have a boat.
What happened?
I got a little overconfident drinking whiskey and gambled my riverboat away years ago. My wife left me because she said I had a gambling addiction, but I still think I can win her back.
Die Spirit Queen ist ein bisschen kaputt.
Are you the former captain of the Spirit Queen?
That's the one, dear boy.
So you must be interested in ghosts.
I beg your pardon.
Having named your riverboat the Spirit Queen.
It's not named after ghosts, boy. It's named after bourbon, gin, tequila, whiskey. Those are the spirits that haunt me.
Spirit Queen, Spirituosen.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Spirit Queen burned down.
Oh, what a sad day. I knew it would happen sooner or later. It was that damn fool Moray, wasn't it? He never loved her the way I did. She was 1 in a million. A personality as fierce as the Mississippi. A sway when she moved that could hypnotize any man. And curves in all the right places.
Are we still talking about a boat?
Are you
going to patch things up with Mrs. Pemberley?
Oh, I'm trying. I had a bouquet of flowers delivered to her this morning.
Is there a florist in Dead Nettle?
No, I just took them out of that window box over by Moot. Don't tell Felix, or they'll end up on my tab.
I'll join you in a game. What are we playing?
Billiards.
Should I set her up?
It is set up. This isn't American billiards, boy. We're playing English billiards. A fine game which requires only 3 balls. A white for me, a yellow for you, and a red we share.
I haven't heard of English billiards before.
I learned it when I toured the gambling halls of London back in 1922. It's a game with far more depth and skill than pool or snooker. Points are awarded not just for potting, but by the flair with which strikes are accomplished. More points can be earned with a fanciful shot than by a simple pocketing.
So I'm not trying to get the balls in the little holes?
Look, I think we might be a bit out of your depth with this. Why don't we keep it simple? The winner is the one who can bounce the red ball off the cushions the most times.
I can do that.
Then let's play. I'm afraid it'll have to be with dry cues. For some reason, the billiard chalk's gone missing.
I wonder how that happened.
3, 4, 5, 6. Wenn.
Sevens! Something to be proud of.
Ja, früher haben wir Geschenke sozusagen ausgetauscht, aber jetzt machen wir es nicht mehr. Oh.
Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallum. It seems my standing as champion of the captain's
Mein Bruder
club
kommt noch am Donnerstag, erster Weihnachtstag. Und mit den Kindern, die bekommen noch Geschenke und so, aber so, ne, wir machen keine Geschenke mehr, ist nicht mehr so. Einfach gemütlich, Mittag was essen, weiter und den Tag genießen.
Hello again,
Welcome back.
I'd like a
Thinking you.
Muss ich irgendwas machen? Ah, warte mal. Vielleicht kann ich mit den
Jacking up the corner of the table would have potted the ball quickly, but it wouldn't have made the ball bounce off the sides in the process. Jacking up the corner... I need... I didn't have time.
Irgendwas müssen wir hier machen. Das ist nur Busten, das sind nur Löcher.
That didn't... I didn't need...
Wieso nicht?
Hello again, Field.
Hello again.
So. Ja, Tipps.
Do you have any tips for English billiards?
Is that what Pemberley's calling it? There is one bit of advice I can give.
Oh, really?
Use the pointy thing to hit the round thing.
Lord.
Is the elevator still not fixed?
It hasn't been fixed for the last 7 months. I doubt it will miraculously start working for you tonight.
How did it break, anyway?
The city council rented out the whole club one day for a meeting to discuss a new town seal. Some sort of insignia representing Dead Nettle's history and culture. Unfortunately, the mayor misunderstood the brief and showed up with a seal of the aquatic type. 2 fins, whiskers, a little tricorn hat, and the moniker Captain Snoops. Took the entire council to wrestle him back into the elevator and get him down to the docks. And it overloaded the motor. And do you know what the real cherry on top was? He got the animal wrong. Captain Snoops was a sea lion, not a seal.
What's the difference?
An I, an O, and an N.
Ja, was ein Arsch.
How's the club tonight?
Buzzing.
That lively, huh?
No, I mean I just had to remove a wasp nest from the gentleman's lavatory.
I best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain.
Irgendwas müssen wir machen. Oh, es ist Pulcinella.
The puppet show hadn't started yet. The ferryman wouldn't have liked me snooping around inside the boat.
Wieso nicht? Wohin bringt er mich eigentlich?
Hello, my name's Murphy McCallan.
Hello, chum. Looking to hire a ferry?
Maybe?
Then come set sail with Crab McCready, when a ferry's really what you needy.
Crab's breath hit my face like a custard pie, a cloud of air reeking of cigarettes and stale beer.
Look, here's a promotional flag, so you can keep me in mind.
I'll treasure it.
Now, I can take you anywhere on the coast. Where are you looking to head to? Do you have a partner or an illicit liaison in mind? I do a very romantic sunset cruise.
Is this your ferry? It looks like it's held together with spit and glue.
That's right, but rest assured, my spit is remarkably viscous. You find yourself aboard the Creaky Crab 2. I am her captain, Crab McCready. I get most of my business ferrying over to the mainland when the tide's covered up the causeway.
Was mit der erst passiert?
What happened to the Creaky Crab 1?
That's it over there, with its bow peeking out of the water. I was out in the bay last Mardi Gras and looked down into the inky depths. Honest to God, I saw a mermaid staring back at me. I rushed back into Dead Nettle with such fervour I forgot to slow the engine once we reached the docks.
Was it really a mermaid you saw?
Nah, turned out I forgot to take my wig off from the costume contest that night, and I'd just seen my own reflection.
Okay.
Are you a member of the Captain's Club?
Oh, they banned me, those pompous buffoons. That Felix is full of himself.
What happened?
There used to be a club parrot called Squawkin' Hawkins, until he was taken away. Bird-napped, I'd say. See, I'm a big bird lover. They're very intelligent creatures, and I used to try to teach him poetry. Well, Felix Greer wasn't having none of that. I think he was getting jealous that the bird had more brains than him. He kicked me out. Well, I got a little upset, like anybody would. Words were exchanged, loudly, and he told me I wasn't welcome back. The cheek of it. Kicking me out when I'm a hard-working captain. That landlubber would get seasick using a washcloth.
Ja, wieso?
Why do you like birds so much?
They're the sailors of the sky, even the ones that can't fly. You tell me, have you ever looked an emu in the eye and not felt a sense of kinship? Seen that look that says he wants to explore beyond the horizon?
I've never imagined an emu thinking anything different to that.
I love anything with a beak, except platypuses. Don't get me started on them. Now, I take it upon myself to look after the feathered friends on this island. Squawkin' Hawkins now lives on a perch on my balcony. I have a name for every seagull that flies over Dead Nettle. And I look after Doris.
Doris?
Doris the chicken, over at Baxter's Mill.
Ah,
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
besser mit dem quatschen.
Welcome back.
See.
It was the cotton flag that Crab, the ferryman, had given me, embroidered with his company logo. What do you think of this necklace?
How quaint. Make it yourself?
No, I found it.
It's a lovely example of folk art, I would say. Whittled by a sailor would be my guess.
I think you're right. Is it worth anything?
Not a thing.
Oh, kein Schatz für mich.
Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
How can I help you?
Sargstein ist nicht mal zu verkaufen.
Are these fossils for sale?
Goodness me, you're the second person today to ask me about them.
Let me guess. The first one was a gentleman called Muffy?
I didn't catch his name, but he pressed his face up against the cabinet so hard he left nose prints on the glass. Wouldn't stop asking questions about where I found them. Seemed to think they were from here on the island. Didn't have the heart to tell him I brought them all back from a vacation in Grimstone, Arizona. Total time waster. Who was he anyway? Friend of yours?
Not exactly. His name is Muffy Carlyle.
Of the Carlisle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
That's him.
You mean to tell me one of the richest men in the country was in my store? My store. Selling the finest watches, necklaces, jewelry, and rings? And all he wanted to talk about was rocks and bones? Excuse me. I feel a little faint.
How come you're working so late?
Well, the wife's gone to visit her cousin Winnie for a few days. And if I stayed in my bedroom, I'd just start going loopy.
I'm looking for 3 keys.
No, unless they're the gem-encrusted keys to a lady's heart, I don't think I can help you. I'm a jeweler, not a locksmith.
Have you heard of something called the coffin stone? Jasper's eyes grew to double their size with a look of both excitement and fear.
How do you know about that?
I'm starting to think it's real.
I thought you didn't believe my tale about the ghost ship.
I do now.
Then I'm happy to tell you everything I know. Now, don't be telling anyone this, but I've read the captain's log, and the coffin stone was what murdered my great-great-grandfather's crew. Try telling people that a little bit of rock could allow a single pirate to overrun a galleon, and you're laughed at. But that's exactly what he says happened. 86 crew members, all killed by a magic stone. Their souls dragged from their bodies.
Who was wielding the stone?
A pirate called Captain Skelet. Truth be told, he wasn't much of a pirate for the first years of his career on the high seas. But almost overnight, he became the most feared gentleman ever to fly the black flag.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows.
And the stone?
Nobody knows that either. But if you hear anything, do tell me.
Yeah.
Do you think I could buy a fossil?
You certainly can, if you can afford it.
Could I take it on account?
On account of what?
On account of me having no money. I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
Hammer. Kasse.
Robbing a jewelry store really wasn't my style.
Könnte ich mit ihm quatschen?
I had nothing else to say. I thought I'd...
Okay, nein. Das nicht. Oh, so geht schnell raus. So geht schneller. Den ganzen Weg laufen
Hello
muss.
again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
I'd like to hire your ferry.
Sure. Give me a map of where you want to go, and I'll see if I can get you there. I'm the best ferryman this side of the Gulf. From Baton Rouge to the Bermuda Rectangle. I'm your man.
I thought it was called the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, sure it is now. Ever since one of its sides mysteriously disappeared.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Ich brauche irgendwas.
I had heard of the medical benefits of
In der Kirche war ich noch nicht gewesen.
Returning to St. Juniper's Church, it was clear by the illuminated windows and the repetitive hum of a newly placed generator that the rum runners had made themselves at home.
Musket! Did you hear that?
Will you stop twitching, Morris? You're making me nervous.
Sorry, boss. I just don't know if we should be doing this.
Doing what?
Using a church for morally dubious activities. Theology lays out pathways and guidelines to keep us on the moral road to righteousness.
Did one of those barrels hit you on the head, Morris? Quit your belly aching. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm getting the spooks, boss. This church has a lot of dead people. What if they don't like us being in here?
Is that what you're worried about? Ghosts ain't real. Now hush up about it.
I don't know, boss. The scientific consensus on paranormal activity still seems to be inconclusive. I read a book about it last week, and it's really giving me the heebie-jeebies.
What have I told you about reading? It's no good for you. It gives you delusions of grandeur and indigestion.
Sorry, boss.
Just for the sake of argument, this book you was reading. What did it say about ghosts?
It said that there are 3 signs for detecting paranormal activity.
What's the first sign?
First, the temperature drops as the ghost presence descends upon the locality.
Well then, until we start getting the chills, there ain't nothing to worry about.
Turning the fan off would have alerted the rum runners to my presence. I needed... Now wasn't the time for...
Can't be.
I didn't need the fuse. I couldn't do anything with an... Without a second fuse installed, the dial refused to turn.
Super.
The sticker read, "Property of the Dead Nettle Police Department, not to be removed."
Oh, Hammer, okay. Super. Eine Polizei geklaut.
I looked to the bottom of the grave, but could only see dirt and darkness. Good
car.
evening, Edgar.
Ah, blast it. Not again. I go all night as the only one in this cemetery with a pulse. Then here you are bringing me 2 steps closer to losing it. What do you want now?
Just taking a look around. It's peaceful here.
It was.
What are you digging?
I thought the cemetery could do with a swimming pool. Put out some deck chairs, maybe a tiki bar. What do you think I'm digging? Another grave.
Who's this one for?
Reginald Goff. He was the state executioner in the next parish over.
How did he die?
His last convict was a bit nervous about being executed by the electric chair. When Goff asked him if he had any final requests, the convict asked if he could hold his hand for support.
Alter.
And I've got Marigold McGee to deal with before I can clock off. That'll be a headache.
Alter. Sieht es die. Auf dem Rechenstuhl so. Halt meine Hand, ich bin nervös. Yo.
What's so difficult about Marigold McGee?
She asked for her remains to be scattered across the island.
That doesn't seem so bad.
The problem is she didn't want to be cremated.
What the?
The ghost stories are real.
Well, I don't want to hear them. I don't like to think about ghosts.
Why not?
Because they'd be bad for business. I have my work cut out here with the dead as it is. Imagine if they came back asking for a refund.
Oh.
Has the cemetery been here long?
This cemetery is the whole reason Devil's Rock is populated. Back when the mainland was first settled, they used to ship off the bodies of undesirables to be buried here. The criminals and paupers. St. Juniper's Church up on the hill was one of the first structures here, along with the fort. So that's what this place became. A cemetery island. A place where only Beelzebub himself would take the bodies that were interred in its soil. The Devil's Rock.
Creepy.
Yeah.
I think the rum runners are using the church as a hideout.
What do you want me to do about it? My job description says I deal with the outside. It's the vicar's responsibility to take care of the inside. I'm just contracted for the
Wo
grounds
ist der
and the
Vater
graves.
überhaupt? Ja.
Do you know what happened to the vicar of St. Juniper's Church?
Foskett was his name. Disappeared along with everyone else at the manor during the Belmore wedding.
Was über
Did you
30
get
Jahre
along
her.
with him?
No! Miserable guy he was. Fortunately, we came to an understanding.
An understanding?
Let's just say that one night, I might have witnessed a certain clergyman through the vestry window. Off his head on communion wine, wearing a crinoline over his cassock, singing, "We 3 kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair." He couldn't look me in the eye after that. The only way we communicated was through notes on the parish bulletin board. And that's the way I liked it.
Meine Weißbrot. Herzlich willkommen. Ich hoffe mal zum finalen Part vom Game.
There's a dead body over at Belmore Manor hanging from a tree.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
Shouldn't you bury it?
If it manages to wander its way over here, I'll bury it. Until then, I'm not stepping foot onto the Belmore estate. I've heard the stories about the Phantom. And I'm not risking my shut-eye to rescue a cadaver from a tree like some stuck kitten.
Do you know who the hanged man is?
Beats me. But from what I've heard, it's been there ever since that wedding night.
30
I
Jahre
best be
hängt
running
der schon rum.
Goodbye.
30 Jahre hängt der schon rum.
I didn't need... I thought I'd keep that. I didn't...
Yes.
I couldn't see any way to open whoever sealed...
Zählt. Ah, genau. Hab's jetzt gesehen. Bei Epic ist heute so ein kostenloses Game, das Bloodstained, oder wie es heißt, was auch der Wunsch ist, das auf Steam. Hab vorhin gesehen, beziehungsweise habe ich auf, habe ich mir geholt.
Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller Grimes, it didn't feel appropriate to give his coffin a wiggle. The tin was full of nothing but holes.
Mama.
I didn't need to... Now that I'd looked upon...
Gab's heute
I
im
didn't need to
Angebot.
warm my hands on the stove.
Feuer.
I needed to think of something.
Genau, Bloodstained. Aber kostet immer noch viel
I could
Geld.
see the shadows of the rum runners moving around inside the church, but I didn't want to get too close in case they saw me, too. It wouldn't have been wise to reveal myself to the rum runners by ringing the bell. I didn't think the rum runners would appreciate me offering to start up their jalopy for them. I didn't need any more rum.
Wieso? Ist mal
I
gut.
couldn't risk going up to the window while the rum runners were around.
Ah, bestimmt brauche ich das Ding hier. Was sieht's aus? Leuchtturm. Da. Bestimmt der Weg gezeigt. Sieht irgendwie so
The
aus.
top of the stained glass window consisted of 4 circles, each surrounded by 4 leaf-shaped pieces.
Ja, ich glaube,
The collection plate was empty.
das hier brauchen wir, damit wir das Steinding öffnen können. Brauche ich was?
I tried to turn the bolt with my hands, but couldn't get a good grip.
Ja, ich weiß. Das hier. Boah, quietscht das. Das fuck. Ja, das ist Killer. Muss ich mal anzocken.
Deciding the jalopy was so beat up that a little more damage wouldn't be noticed, I cut open the stitch. I pulled the spring from the ripped seat cushion.
Das brauche ich für das Ding. Ah, okay. Wie schaffst du das? Na, geil. Nicht drüber nachdenken.
I didn't need to drive the car.
Nicht darüber nachdenken. Raus hier. Immer nicht da. Ach, Englisch. Was ist das? Hotspots, gerade der Kamin. Ah, da kommen wir sofort ins Haus, stimmt ja. Zu der Tante.
Work, damn you!
Maybe this will help?
What do you think you're doing?
I fixed it for you.
I'm going to need to recalibrate the whole thing now.
No need to say thank you.
Ja.
You're lucky. There's something fishy about you, Murphy McCallan. I can smell a story on a person like rotten eggs in an egg salad. And currently it's the 4th of July summer picnic and someone forgot to put the bowl in the refrigerator last night.
Ich wollte nur helfen. Danke für nix. Leute.
I picked up the freshly printed sheet of paper.
Ah, das ist das Ding.
It was a typesetter's calibration sheet.
Das brauche ich für das andere Ding hier. Entdecker. Warte mal. Kann ich damit Home Sweet Home?
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
Kann ich mit dem das benutzen? Sions Ding?
I found something that could be used as a spirit board.
Yes, that will work. Even if it will take a lot of concentration on my part. Cecil Belmore, we now implore. Where do you rest forevermore?
Komm, Geist.
I sense a hidden place. A laboratory known only to Cecil. A secret refuge for study and invention, and desperate attempts to reconcile science and the supernatural. But he's been followed. Unknown to Cecil, someone lies in wait in the darkness and is about to look at the painting.
Rackman. Ah.
Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
Ah, super. Mit auf einmal geht die Tür auf. Vorher geht's nicht. Ah, okay.
The portrait had transformed to show the man stabbed in the back.
Jetzt hat er Rückenschmerzen. Jetzt hat er Rückenschmerzen, der gute Mann. Da. Cecil. What the heck is das Ding hier?
I'd already carried a shrunken head around earlier that night. I didn't want to start a trend by lugging around other unnerving abominations. And I especially didn't want this one talking to me.
Was zum Geier?
The bag was empty of everything but papers covered in an unintelligible scrawl.
Bücher?
The books covered all manner of scientific subjects, magnetism, thermodynamics, chemistry, and much more, none of which I had the time or understanding to read.
Oh, jetzt sind wir.
I searched through the pockets of the lab coat.
Na?
To my surprise, I found something, a small silver coin. It was an old silver coin. At its center were 2 lines of text, but they were too small to read with the naked eye.
Ah, ich brauche ein Vergrößerungsding.
The apparatus looked like the handiwork of a mad scientist. I thought it was best not to mess with it. Who knew what sort of reaction I might set off?
Ja, aber so schnell. Gitter hatten wir. Hier, nichts hier. Das war's schon? Kann nicht sein. Aber woher habe ich was zum...
The trunk was empty. I didn't have anything to talk to him about.
Okay, nichts Neues. Oh, wird Platz gemacht. Oh. Schaufel.
Do you mind if I borrow this shovel?
Oh, go right ahead. I already dug up those naughty thorns. It's funny, even when things are dead, they can still cause trouble. Just look at us ghosts.
Er hat es geschafft. Okay. Ich habe nachdenken. Ach, der Geister können nichts anfassen.
I had nothing else to say to the gardener.
Okay, jetzt haben wir eine Schaufel. Okay, Tabula ist auch weg.
I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche. Now wasn't the time. I didn't need to search for.
I know that.
Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
Are you prepared for the ceremony?
In every way, except one. I still haven't found my Bible.
Shouldn't you be looking for it?
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Furthermore, I have no idea where to look, but I would very much like to see it returned to me.
We 3 kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair.
Oh, how drastic, no elastic, not very safe to wear. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
Ja, Wolf. Der Reis auf Ronin ist schon knackig. Erstmal hi. Ja, wo ich es installiert habe, dachte ich auch so. Ja, hat bestimmt 50, 60 Gigabyte. Und dann drücke ich auf Installieren, kommt dann die Anfrage. Sie haben zu wenig Speicherplatz. Hier knapp 150 Gigabyte. Ja.
I best be heading off.
May God be with you.
Ja, das Spiel ist schon knackig.
What? Potatoes, onions, and corned beef. Delicious.
Ja, das Spiel ist schon groß. Muss ich wieder machen? Okay, nein. Kann ich runter?
I didn't want to cut the skeleton down myself.
Wieso nicht? War das schon passieren? Hm.
Good evening.
What? Why, thank you. I didn't think anyone would notice.
Good evening, Colonel.
What? Not until next Thursday, I think.
I didn't need...
What?
He definitely couldn't hear me.
Nicht, ja. Also das Ding. Ich glaube, ich habe hier Ballsaal.
Walking back into the ballroom, the throng of wedding guests had dispersed to their guest rooms, replaced by chairs and tables neatly set out on the dance floor. The
Über eine Stunde
preparations
gebraucht,
for the
bis
wedding
ich
were
das
gathering
jetzt habe.
speed like a boulder rolling down a mountainside, and I felt like I was smack in the middle of its path. Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Chairs at the far end, tables on the left. Oh, it's you again.
Ja, wir haben das Ding ja von dem runtergenommen. Ich muss
Where have
wieder,
all the guests gone?
ich
their
muss
rooms to
wieder
get ready. Here I
die
am
Braut, bei der
tidying
Braut
up
gehen,
after
das
the
Ding
waltz
holen.
while they just waltz away.
How long until the wedding begins?
Just a few hours. Oh, good gracious, a few hours. And there's still so much to do. I'm sorry, but I can't stand around chitter-chatting. There is much work to be done.
You seem a little stressed.
Correct. And with all due respect, and I'm sure we can both agree much respect isn't due at all, talking to you only makes it worse.
Ja, entspannen.
You need to find a way to relax, Mrs. Craddock.
I don't think people realize how this job takes a toll on one's health. My doctor told me I need to rethink my diet, so I've decided to go more continental, by which I mean a glass and a half of wine with each meal and polishing off the bottle before bedtime. A la Francais.
Where's the wedding cake gone?
I had to hide it.
Hide it? Why?
Somebody had already helped themselves to a slice of cake. And I bet I know exactly who it was, Mr. McCallan.
Oh, really?
That horrible pock boy. The knave with his hand on the tarts. Perhaps the Queen of Hearts had good reason for her framework of justice.
Ja.
I heard you didn't send a wedding invitation to Captain Moot.
Well, of course he didn't receive an invitation. He was dismissed from his employment weeks before the wedding for crashing the flagship of the Belmore fleet.
He's very upset about it. Don't years of service outweigh one accident?
Accident? I suppose you never learned exactly why he crashed the ship, did you?
Actually, no, I didn't.
We discovered that Captain Moot used to invite ladies up to the bridge after hours. Dozens of ladies over the years. He'd take them on moonlit cruises around the island and, goodness gracious me, paint them with no clothes on. Draped over the ship's wheel, stretched out in the rigging, dangling from the anchor. Apparently, he must have gotten a bit too carried away with his brushstrokes on the final painting, because he didn't see the rocks the ship crashed into.
Ah, that would certainly be distracting.
Indeed.
Ein Mann,
I'll leave you to get on with your work.
How thankful I am for life's little blessings.
Ein Mann mit Kunst.
The
Geschmack.
table was too large for one person to move. I needed to think of something.
Nicht.
I didn't need...
Kann ich da rein? Nein, okay. Mal schauen. Wait. Dafür.
The chalkboard was blank, presumably waiting a decorative welcome for the infernal marriage of an evil phantom to his cursed bride.
Abigail.
Abigail's ghost was once again back in her bedroom. The minutes left before he married her were falling away like dominoes. The phonograph could provide some comfort to Abigail. I didn't want to remove it. It was the Colonel's ear trumpet that I'd used as an improvised phonograph horn.
Okay, das kann ich nicht mitnehmen, okay. Das kann ich nicht mitnehmen. Ah, da unten.
I was going to need to... There was nothing else in the...
Ah, warte, so rum war's. Ah, falsche Richtung. Falsche Richtung war ich hier. Kann durch den mittleren Gang gehen.
That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. Nope.
Na, macht das weg. Ah, hier brauche ich eine Rätsel, aber... Ah, das hier, oder?
I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't say I have many phobias, but spiders are definitely one of them. And after hearing about the size of the spiders living in the bayou, I wasn't about to start touching the spider webs with my bare hands. There was nothing else.
Yes.
The globe looked more decorative than functional.
Ja, das hat mir... Hier fehlt ein Ding.
Looking through the telescope, all I could see was... I soon realized... I couldn't ring the bells from...
Ui. Aber hier gibt's keine... Hier rein. Ah, ist hier dann eine Sache, wo ich nicht weiterkomme jetzt. Eine Sache, wo ich
I
nicht
needed a way
rauskomme.
to make Mallory's tea more palatable.
Ja, ich weiß, aber wie? Aber wie? Bei dem Haus ist nichts. Wo kann ich was für Tee suchen?
Then we stockpile the phys ed equipment and use the hockey sticks as swords.
Quiet, quiet. It's him again.
I didn't need... I thought I'd keep that to...
Ups. Gotcha. Ah. Jetzt bin ich überfragt. Wo? Ja, warte mal. Über dir?
Welcome back.
Das hier? Ah, hier, über dir.
Could I use your microscope to look at this coin I found?
Oh, are you a fellow fan of numismatics?
I prefer the old ones.
Yeah, never mind. Go right ahead.
With the microscope calibrated, the coin's writing came into focus. It read, "Into the palm of a prince." The inscription must have been a clue in Cecil's treasure hunt. I just had to find the prince's palm he was referring to.
Ah, ich weiß, welchen Prinz er meint. Das ist der eine indische Typ im Garten. Jetzt am Anfang das sehen sollen. Das Gespräch mit der. Das war lustig gewesen. Soll ich es noch machen, mal Sapsi?
It was strange to think that I'd been supernaturally trapped within the house, and that despite that, I felt compelled to go back in.
Das Gespräch am Anfang mit der war schon interessant. Bibliothek, Bibliothek. Da geht Keller hin. Haben wir Wein hier? Ah, ich brauche eine Sicherung.
As I descended back into the cellar, the lack of mechanical noise quickly revealed that the barrel lift was no longer working.
Kann ich mir eine Sicherung holen?
Looking at the fuse box, it was clear to see why the barrel lift no longer moved. The fuse had blown, taking the small glass cover with it. With questionable regard for my own safety, I pulled the damaged fuse from its socket.
Jetzt kann ich das in dem Ding machen, okay. Kann ich wieder rausholen?
I took the chamber pot back off the machine. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. The wine racks were... I took one of the fireworks. The logo on the side revealed that it was called the Whizzer. I'd known a boy in elementary school with the same nickname. I considered looking through the... There was nothing large. All of the smaller barrels I could see were rotted and empty. I had already taken the last of the rum.
Raus. Ich muss zum Prinzen. Ja, der Prinz hier. Das müsste der sein.
I wondered what I could do with the coin-sized indentation in the statue's hand.
Ah, stimmt, er hat gesagt, er hat ja sein Königsreich verkauft für eine Münze, um seine Geliebte der Braut zu retten.
Following the inscription on the coin and realizing that the metallic statue depicted an Indian prince, I took a close look at the statue's palm. For the first time, I noticed a slight circular indentation, about the size of a coin. I placed the coin into the statue's hand. It fit the indentation exactly into the palm of a prince. No sooner had I done it than I heard sparks and hums coming from inside the statue. That's when I realized it wasn't a statue at all. It was an automaton, a robotic figure made to move with cogs, wires, and electrical pulses. It seemed to be fighting to move, but then, nothing.
Well, blow me over with a dandelion. I didn't expect anyone to get that working again.
It's not doing much.
Joints will be frozen, I should think. No wonder after all these years. Another job for me to do, and a dangerous one at that. Who knows how many volts Master Cecil ran through that thing to get it moving?
Word. Oh, man.
That didn't work.
Eine Sicherung. Raus, danke. Got it.
The generator looked like a death trap. I wasn't touching it without good reason. Nope. I didn't need... I couldn't do... It was a faulty fuse. Inside the glass tube, I could see the wire barely hanging on.
Ja, aber ich muss doch...
The generator looked like a death trap. I wasn't touching... I didn't want... That wasn't... I need... That wasn't going to work.
Okay, jetzt bin ich überfragt. Jetzt bin ich überfragt.
What do you think of this necklace?
Oh, very nice. A whittle too. Next time, you should try driftwood. It'll be brittle, but with some sweat and spittle and the right committal, a little whittle, and it'll turn out lovely.
Okay, nein.
What do you think of this magazine?
You call that a magazine? You should see the magazines I've got in the cabin. Full of big jugs. I'm a big lover of pottery, you see.
Oh, man. Warte mal. Kann ich,
That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. Nope. That didn't work.
Falsche Seite. Wollte die Wettkarte haben.
Nope.
Warte mal.
I didn't need to fill the chamber pot with water. It was already clean. I hoped. I didn't need to fill... I didn't... I didn't think... I thought I'd... I didn't need...
Ja, schon. What?
I needed to think of... I could...
Ah, jetzt bin ich wieder fest. Jetzt mal wieder suchen.
Doris! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark.
Hähnchenbraten?
I didn't need any more. I need...
Jetzt bin ich wirklich wieder überfragt. Muss ich wieder schauen. Oh. Ich wollte eigentlich nicht nachschauen. Was
Well, look who it is. Murphy, I've been hearing talk of someone wandering the island on a crime spree. And look who comes walking through the door.
I can explain.
Explain what? We've got no time for your blabber. I need your help to catch him. You're an auditor, aren't you?
I used to be.
You must be used to prying that big nose of yours into other people's business.
Big nose?
It's a honker, Murphy. Now, put it to good use and help me sniff out who this Devil's Rock devil is.
What's he been up to?
Given age-restricted voodoo artifacts to an 8-year-old, let loose a dangerous domesticated alligator, broken into Belmore Manor, trespassed at Baxter's Mill, handled prohibited alcohol, recklessly knocked over historic explosives, impersonated the dead, and, get this, bellowsed a chicken.
The monster.
Know anything about it?
Can't say that I do.
Well, keep your eyes open. If a good and just citizen like me allows those with such wickedness to get away with their heinous deeds, then what has become of us as a society?
Is that really the reason?
Of course not. I might sell some newspapers out of this.
Ja, die ist, beziehungsweise, wir waren ja das alles.
Yes?
Hi.
Was arbeitest du?
What are you working on now?
A clarification. A local dancer's moving off the island and looking to get rid of some furniture. But my piece asking if there was any interest in Hoochie Coochie dancer Lulu Leroy's huge chest got a much bigger response than we expected. And not for the right reasons.
Am I right in thinking you're not from around here?
Good call, McAllen. Santa Monica, California. Born and bred. Hadn't even been to Devil's Rock before I got the job. The divine irony is that I got this job due to a misleading ad in a newspaper. Seeking newspaper editor for dynamic community, exciting stories, amazing opportunities. What nonsense. But now I'm here. Nonsense is all I have to write about.
Ja, wieso bist du hier?
Why did you stay in Dead Nettle?
I came down with a horrible case of temporary insanity.
Health issues?
No. I started dating a notary named Jonathan. Right after I'd taken out a mortgage, I stumbled across his dalliances with the fishmonger's wife, the ironmonger's wife, and the cheesemonger's wife. Knowing his type, I decided I'd become a warmonger, and I set fire to his belongings. I last saw him picking through his charred underpants on my front porch. Now he's off in Rancho Cucamonga with some flapper named Anastasia, and I'm still financially tied to this island.
Also, der gute Jonathan hat sich ein bisschen
I'm trying to
umgetrieben.
track down 3 dead bodies.
A serial killer? In Dead Nettle? This could be gold. When did this happen? This morning? Last night?
No, 33 years ago.
33 years ago! That's not journalism, that's archaeology.
I think I better be going.
My door's always open. I broke the hinge earlier. Hey, you can't come.
Sorry.
Ich muss die Alte irgendwie wegjagen.
I needed to think. That wasn't... I did...
Schmuck?
Is this your necklace?
Nope. Looking to place a listing in the Lost and Found, are you? It'll cost you.
Never mind.
Wem kann ich noch das zeigen? Necklace. Ihm? Mal gefühlt, es gibt nur den, die.
I decided to leave Ned to his fishing.
Okay.
Good evening, Captain Moot.
If you say so.
I found out why Mrs. Craddock rescinded your invitation. You were caught painting naked ladies on the ship's bridge. That's why you crashed the ship.
Maybe that's true, but you'd think she'd have been more understanding about the whole thing.
Why's that?
She was the naked lady I was painting when we crashed.
I better be off.
Okay.
So long.
What do you think of this necklace?
You know, I think I've seen that before. No idea where, though.
Du?
What do you think of this necklace?
You'll have to give a lady more than that if you want to impress her, Murphy.
That wasn't going... I didn't want to make a whole... The ceiling fans were on.
Dem habe ich es gezeigt. Den einen habe ich auch gezeigt. Die wollte es nicht haben. Nein, die Kleine wollte es auch nicht haben. Ach, warte mal. Kann ich jetzt wieder mit der Tante sprechen? Elaine Gredok.
I had nothing else to...
Okay, nein. Okay, hätte ich gefragt. Weil ich dachte, die Sicherung kann ich zu dem machen. Mal. Kann ich mit der Schaufel...
That wasn't going... The fort lock was held in a sturdy iron casing. Hitting it with the shovel wouldn't have broken through it.
Hätte klappen können.
That wasn't going to work.
Gut.
That didn't work. I needed a way to make Mallory's tea more palatable.
Ach nee, wirklich? Wenn ich wüsste wie.
That did.
Wenn ich wüsste wie.
The crypt door was solid granite with cemetery. Randomly digging one up and hoping for the best wasn't going to be a good. The graveyard. I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but...
Achso. Oh, ich muss wieder schauen, ich habe keine Ahnung. Scheiß die. Schlüssel. Aber was ist jetzt Tante? Ah ja, genau. Ja, okay. Der. Ehrlich. Will mich verarschen. Ehrlich? Willst du mich verarschen? Was zum Fick hat sie gespeichert? Das ist eine andere Sache. Ja. Ja. Ah, die habe ich, okay.
The automaton seemed unable to move.
Das ist komisch. Rausgeflogen, ohne Grund. Melasse. Aber was ist Melasse? Ja. Ist das irgendwas zum Trinken, Essen? Oder Geschmacksverstärker? Ja, muss gut. Ah, das ist Zuckersirup. Ah. Gut zu wissen. Hätte man es vorher gewusst, was es ist. Hätte man es vorher gewusst. Ich dachte, es wäre irgendeine Matsch, keine Ahnung, schieß mich tot.
I dunked the teaspoon into the molasses.
Ah. Hätte man das vorher gewusst. Dann wären wir ein bisschen
Then
flotter.
we take over the monkey bars and rename it Fort Mallory.
Ah, look who's back.
Hätte ich das vorher gewusst.
What did you just put in my tea?
Try it now.
Careful, Mallory. It could be poisoned.
Does this dope look smart enough to brew poison?
Good point. You'd probably give it a taste test. Bottoms up, my girl. Drink on.
Mmm. Hey, that tastes pretty good.
I thought you'd like it.
Sure did. I drank the whole cup.
Let me clear this away for you.
Good, Butler. You shall be spared the dungeons.
So, jetzt kann ich...
It was strange to think that I...
Ja. Strange, aber... Jetzt kann ich zum zweiten Bruder. Hier. Blanche.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
Tasse.
I've brought you the tea leaves.
Wonderful. That will work to contact Yardley. Be quiet now, Murphy. I need to concentrate.
Ja, okay.
Yardley Belmore, heed our plea. Where was your life stolen from thee? I sense a crypt, deep below the ground, where Yardley, unknown to him, has been drugged among alcoves of the dead. Yardley is still alive as brick by brick. He is being entombed within the crypt. The drug may wear off, but he has no means of escape. Trapped. Look at the painting.
Ui. Er wurde lebendig eingegraben.
Yardley's body is still bricked up inside that crypt. The sanctuary crypt. You must find a way inside. There is a tunnel, once used for safety, but now used for salvation. Something in Yardley's bedroom will help you.
Okay, diese Tür. Hier wurde lebendig eingemauert. Das wird versucht, eingemauert.
The portrait had transformed to show the man being bricked up in an alcove.
Das will man nicht haben. Wenn lebendig eingemauert wird und du siehst alles, beziehungsweise du merkst alles noch. Okay.
I opened the tap on the gas tank. Nozzles hissed, a cloud of cold mist billowed out, and from the machine came a smattering of dry ice. There was already dry ice in the tray.
Nimm das mit. Ja, das glaube ich auch, dass es kein schöner Tod ist.
I needed to... I couldn't pick up the dry ice with my bare hands.
Warte mal, bist du?
I needed...
Manchmal kann man schlecht sehen.
Nope.
Hä?
I collected the dry ice in the flask. That would keep it from melting, at least for the time being.
Das kann man vielleicht dann auf dem beim Typen machen. Ah, könnte klappen.
Looking good, Murphy.
Ja, verhungern, verdursten, wird man nicht angemauert. Ein schöner Tod für niemanden.
The chest contained only a myriad of theatrical costumes, not one of which I wanted to wear around the island.
Das ist nicht schön.
I had more urgent things to do than cozy up with a book.
War das das, was ich gebraucht habe? Das trockene Eis. Aber für was? Okay. Ah, da kommt noch mehr Trockeneis. Ah, wenn ich mehr brauche. Ja, aber das brauche ich momentan nicht.
Without some insulation, the dry ice would...
So, ich glaube... das lädt. Hier, hier... Hier... Sollte funktionieren, oder? Jetzt aber. Ah.
of dry ice clattered into the metal window box.
Warte mal. Dem?
I didn't need to blow up. I thought it best to leave the dry ice in the window box. Nope. The window box contained gently hissing dry ice.
Den.
The ceiling fans were off.
Ich war mir sicher, dass es das hier ist, aber halt schon irgendwas reinmachen.
I thought it best to leave the dry ice. The window box contained
Ob ich irgendwas noch brauche.
I didn't need to fill the chamber pot with. The bottle I didn't need.
Trocken. Ja. Ah, warte. Oh, ich bleib vom Dienst. Das erste Ding ist ja Kälte. Ach, so ein Scheiß. Ich muss auf dem Ding das. Zweite Seite. Ich muss das Trockeneis auf dem Teller drauf machen und dann mit dem Ventilator die ganze Kälte in den Raum verteilt. Ah. So. Warte. Sammelteller.
I'm getting the shivers, boss. It feels like I got a brain freeze, and I ain't even slammed down a snow cone.
You don't got a brain to get froze. It is feeling chilly, though, ain't it?
That's the first sign of ghosts, boss.
Don't be a crybaby. But just for safety, what's the second sign of ghosts?
The ghost's presence begins to interfere with the electric fields, most commonly seen manifesting as flickering lights.
Ich habe nicht zugehört. Was hat er gesagt?
If the rum runners realized I was inside their hideout, it wouldn't have impacted well on my preference for being alive. But perhaps I could mess with them. Psst.
Stop making noises, Morris.
It wasn't me, boss. Do you think it was?
What did you say the second sign of paranormal activity was?
Flickering lights, boss.
Draußen. Yes, Generator.
I didn't. If flickering lights were what would scare the rum runners, it was time to do some rewiring.
Seriously? Weil ich zu früh hier war, ging das nicht rein. Alter.
I turned the dial to redirect the electricity through the faulty fuse.
Boss! Boss! The lights are flickering!
That's gotta be a coincidence.
Or a sign of ghosts!
What did you say the third sign of paranormal activity was, Morris?
The tolling of a bell!
If the tolling of a bell was the third sign of ghostly activity, it was time to ring in the witching hour.
Ding, ding.
The bell!
A chill in the air. Flickering lights. The tolling of the bell.
Do you think it's...
Ghost! Run for your life! Start, you blasted car!
Why are we not moving, Musket?
Because out of that long line of automobiles on Delancey Street, you decided to steal something less reliable than a politician's promise! Start, you rush bucket!
It started, Musket.
There we go. And now, we floor it.
Außenpolitiker. Oh.
We crashed, Musket.
I can see that we crashed, Morris. Well, there's only one thing we can do.
What's that, boss?
Run!
For our lives!
Run, bitches, run!
I didn't need any more rum. The window is even more beautiful in person.
Ah, ich brauche ein
Adorning
Kreuz.
the altar below
Ah!
it like a crown. And that's when I noticed something. Below the window was a cross-shaped indentation in the wood that made me think something was missing. I pressed the indentation, but nothing happened. It seemed like it was meant for something specific. At the back of my mind, I had the notion I'd seen a crucifix of the same shape somewhere before.
Ah, hier ist die Bibel.
Taking the book, I realized it was an old Bible, with a thicker layer of dust than a nudist's summer wardrobe.
Ah, bestimmt jetzt können wir die Bibel dem Arsch geben und der gibt uns dann das Kreuz. Ah, wobei, nein. Hätte Kamin nehmen können. Kamin. Hab zwar Hilfe. Ah, Stecke. Sorry. Hab ein bisschen Hilfe angenommen, aber ey. Wenn man nicht weiter weiß, muss man machen.
Is this the Bible you've been looking for?
My word! That it is, my boy! Oh, where did you find it?
Fallen down the side of a cabinet back in St. Juniper's church.
People do say they find faith in the most unexpected places, but down the side of furniture is certainly one of the most common. I'm most indebted to you. Is there anything I can give you to show my appreciation?
Actually, I did have my eye on that crucifix you're wearing.
Ah, are you looking for spiritual guidance, my child?
Absolutely. Particularly if it guides me to something hidden in St. Juniper's church.
Then I shall give it to you with my deepest thanks.
Yay! Wir können weitermachen.
Let it guide you to where you want to go.
Wir können weitermachen. Das heißt, Welt. Ey.
What a relief! My Bible returned to me. Why, if I hadn't gotten it back, we would have had to cancel the wedding.
Ja. Damit wir. What the heck? Hätten wir die Bibel nicht zurückgenommen, wäre die Hochzeit nie stattgefunden. Aber da wäre es die Bibel Boah, was denn?
I picked up the starter crank from the jalopy seat. I didn't need to drive the car.
Weil wir die.
That didn't work. I needed to think.
Brauch was anderes. Ah, mal.
No. That wasn't going. I didn't have the first clue how to fix a car.
Hätten wir das gemacht, hätte ich auch sagen. Egal.
The crucifix slid smoothly into the indentation, like the final piece in a jigsaw puzzle.
Sind wir hier bei Resident Evil?
I pressed the button and the panes of glass in the window above seemed to change, but it was hard to tell at night. Without sunlight behind them, all the colors were indistinguishable from one another. At night, the colors of the stained glass window were impossible to make out. The middle of the stained glass window...
Ich brauche jetzt das, den Leuchtturm. Oh. Aber wie komme ich zu dem Arschding? Kurbeln. Leuchtturm konnte, ja, das weiß ich. Ja, das weiß ich. Hab ich. Hä? War ich wieder zu früh gewesen mit dem Wasser oder was? Alter. Manchmal bin ich bei den Stellen zu früh, was ich machen wollte, damit das... Oh. Ich bin schon auf der richtigen Weg gewesen, aber ich habe es zu früh gemacht.
I filled the bottle with water from the fountain.
Ich war zu früh gewesen. Ah, warte mal. Mit Ventilator oder ohne Ventilator? Ah, probieren wir es immer mit. Ah, wenn ich mal... Ich bin gedanklich schon gefühlt 2 Schritte
Dry ice had
weiter.
already melted away.
Ah, seriously. War zu lang gewesen. Zu lang gebraucht. Aber so, probieren wir es nochmal. Auf Eis. So komme ich manchmal hier und manchmal auf der anderen Seite. Auf der anderen Seite ist viel geiler. Komme ich viel schneller hier hin. Trockeneis. Ja, Ketten einhalten. Du musst das machen, bevor das andere klappt und dann geht's erstmal weiter. Ja. Ah.
I poured the contents of the bottle onto the dry ice, and immediately it started to evaporate, filling the area with mist. I flicked the switch, turning off the ceiling fans, and watched as the mist outside stopped being blown into the night air and instead began to fall into the club.
Waiter!
I told you, I don't work here.
Do you know how to work a lock at least?
Sure I do.
Right. Well, the fog's coming in, and someone needs to switch on the lighthouse light. I would do it myself, but that fort's danker than the inside of a sailor's trousers. Use this key to unlock the gate, then turn on the light with the switch on the ramparts. Think you can handle that?
I'm on it.
Bitte nicht. Karte, Pfad der Mord. Schlüssel. Boah, quietscht das. Das fuck.
The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding.
Okay, hatten wir schon. Katze.
From the fort ramparts, I had an unobstructed view across the entire southeastern coast of the island. Cliffs and crags, waves and water, and an endless horizon.
Sieht schon geil aus. Warte mal.
That wasn't going. Nope.
Ah, lass mal weg. Braucht eine Kanonenkugel.
I poured the gunpowder into the cannon.
Braucht eine Kanonenkugel. Damit ich da dort schießen kann. Ah, und dann noch einmal drehen. Genau. Aber wo bin ich eine Kanonenkugel?
With so many coves and caves along the coast, it was difficult to make out what was what.
Wo bin ich die Kanonenkugel? Das
The cannon was too big to work as a launch. I couldn't. That wasn't going to work.
Vielleicht. Ich brauche eine Kanonenkugel oder irgendwas, ich reinstecken kann. Okay, das klang falsch. Das
There
klang
wasn't
falsch.
anything to do. I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder.
Das klang falsch. Kirsch.
The tin was.
Nein.
Walking into the church, I was presented with the sight of the stained glass window illuminated beautifully by the lighthouse beam. They lined up perfectly.
Ja, nö. Nö. In das Kreuz nicht, denn es gehört den sicheren Durchgang. Ach, nö.
Pressing the button, I noticed something had changed in the stained glass window. Whatever mechanical process it used was a mystery to me, but pressing the button caused the panes of glass to tilt, ever so slightly, so that the white light from the fort was split into 4 different colors that seemed to dance around the window.
Was wieder, ja. Achso, ja. Ein Blaustiel. Blau, rot. Warte mal. Dreh dich, dreh dich, dreh dich, dreh dich. Immer 2 Stück, aber...
Now that I discovered the lighthouse beam shone directly at the church window, this image made more sense.
Yeah.
Now that I discovered... With the lighthouse light illuminating the window, I can now make out the colors of the stained glass.
Ah, ich bin auch hier. Oh, seriously.
With the lighthouse light illuminating the...
Ah, so.
As soon as the plates in the stained glass window clicked into place, forming a translucent cross at the center, I heard a rumble behind me. The sound of antique machinery somewhere beneath the stone floor.
Okay. Was soll schon passieren?
The uneven stone staircase descended beneath the church into a dark, narrow tunnel.
Was soll schon passieren?
The passageway twisted far away from the church, finally emerging in a round room lit only by a pale shaft of moonlight filtering through a narrow hole above. Tombs surrounded me in solemn silence. I had found the sanctuary crypt. The brickwork was crumbling, and although I couldn't dislodge it with my bare hands, I could tell it wouldn't take much force to break through. I needed to know what was on the other side of that wall, and this was a situation that called for some straightforward destruction.
Okay, ich glaube nicht, dass es so schnell gehen würde. So einfach. Der erste Bruder. Servus.
You're free now, Yardley. He can't keep you imprisoned anymore.
So you are the mortal who is trying to find the lost treasure of Belmore Manor before me.
Rackham.
You know who I am. Surely you must also know that you have started down a foolish path. It will only end in your death, Murphy McCallan.
Ich weiß alles.
I know all about your plan, Rackham.
My plan will succeed with or without your interference. I'm afraid you're making a terrible mistake, McCallan. For your own sake, I suggest you leave this island for good.
Never. Whether you like it or not, I'm part of this story now too.
Don't let it be said I didn't warn you. If you're so interested in being friends with the dead, perhaps it's time you joined them. Just as Yardley Belmore was entombed alive, so shall you be.
Rackham's spell had transported me somewhere I couldn't immediately place. I was lying down, my arms pinned to the side of me, my hands only able to feel the grain of the wooden boards to the sides and above and below me. And then I heard the noise, something thudding on the boards above me. That's when I realized I was being buried alive.
Out there. Let's go. Huh.
That wasn't going to help me escape from the coffin. By the time I finished drilling my way out with the...
Yeah.
Blowing up the coffin with me inside wouldn't be a good idea.
Aber du bist rauskommen.
There wasn't... That wasn't going... I fumbled in my pockets and took out the screw jack, bracing it between the floor and the lid. With each crank, the pressure grew and grew, until finally... Hey! Could you get me out of here?
Murphy? What are you doing down there?
Trying to not be down here.
I'll go fetch a ladder. Don't go anywhere.
Where do you think I could go? Before I'd even reached the top of the ladder, Edgar had fled to the safety of his shack, far away from the grave where he'd inadvertently tried to bury me. But one good thing had come out of it. Now I had Yardley's key.
Ich wollte eigentlich unten weiterschauen, was der Weg nach oben führt. Wollte schon sure.
I scanned the headstones for...
Okay.
Good evening, Edgar. I found a way into the sanctuary crypt.
You got yourself in there? I thought that place was closed up tighter than a jar of pickles dipped in super glue.
I certainly did. The pattern on the entrance was a clue to a secret passage from the church.
Well, I'm envious, Murphy. That's the kind of place I can only dream of ending up.
A dank old crypt?
For some, but I see a nice, quiet atmosphere. Plenty of legroom, no nosy neighbors to interrupt your rest. Those skeletons in there don't know how good they have it. It's only us living folk who can actually appreciate it. In my opinion, death's wasted on the dead.
Yeah.
Can you believe you almost buried me alive?
If anybody asks you, that never happened. One word of this gets out, and I'll never be allowed near a coffin again.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Ich guck mal schauen. Jo, ich schau mal, ob ich den einen Weg gehen kann.
I examined the skeleton for clues, but only his keys seemed of any value.
Aber es ist auch ein schöner Tod mit Drogen vorgepumpt, hier reingeschmissen, zugemauert und dann verhungerst du, verdurstest du genau hier. Ja. Ah! Hier ist der Ausgang.
As I stepped across the stone threshold of the crypt, it struck me that I was the first person to do so in decades. Footsteps that Yardley never had the chance to make.
Hammer. Wissenschaftler. Spiel. Ups, falsche Seite. Ist abgestürzt oder was? Ah, jetzt bin ich draußen. Juch. Lucky. Ich dachte wieder. Nein, die Kristallkugel noch nicht. Ja, das hatte ich schon. Ja, das habe ich schon gemacht. Hier ist Schnee. Jetzt kann ich das Ding hier benutzen. Oh. Schon ärgerlich.
Using the cotton flag, I scooped up some of the gloppy grease.
Nein. Falsche Taste. Sorry. Aber es ist auch so was. Du bist manchmal da drin, so in dem. Wenn du gefühlt neue Sachen hast, so gefühlt nochmal alles durchgehen und alles anklicken, um zu sehen, ob es funktioniert. Ah, so ein Scheiß. Wo bist du? Ich glaube, das ist halt das Spiel, solange das halt point-and-click, wenn du neue hast.
Using the flag soaked in grease, I began to oil the
Wenn
automaton's
du neue Sachen
joints.
hast, musst halt dann so schauen, es funktioniert. Münze, Münze, Münze.
I placed the coin back in the automaton's hand and watched. The cap of the scroll case opened and revealed something inside.
Well, there's life in the old thing yet. Gives us all hope, doesn't it?
So, nehmt das Papier.
I picked up the piece of paper that had fallen from the statue. Unrolling it, I discovered it was a death certificate, all filled in except for one key piece of information. The name was missing. It was certainly a clue, but who did it belong to? It was a death certificate, but the name had been left blank.
Ah, damit kann ich den Bestatter fragen.
It was a death certificate, but the name had been left blank.
Vielleicht weiß er
It was a
das.
death.
Ah, wieder Weltkarte. Nein, Straße. An den Typ fragen.
Does this death certificate mean anything to you? The name hasn't been filled in, but it says you were the Undertaker.
Of course I was. Nobody else on the island would do it, now would they?
I was wondering if you remembered who it was you buried.
That was over 30 years ago. Do you know how many bodies I've buried in my career? I couldn't tell one corpse from the other. This may surprise you, but I don't get that attached to them. They don't make for very stimulating conversation.
Is there any way I could find out who it was?
Well, you've got the date they were buried. Maybe there was an obituary.
Thank you.
Ah, jetzt kann ich ups, sorry. War wieder zu schnell, ups. Falsche Sache. Wollte reisen. Drück mich immer falsch.
As I returned to the docks, I realized that Dead Nettle's usual smell of sea breeze and rotting fish had been replaced by something far more pleasant. The smoky scent of a fish I thought I recognized.
Hat mein Fisch gebraten.
Hello again, Mac. I hope you don't mind, but you left your fish hanging there. No sense in letting the fish that size go to waste. I've started cooking it up. It'll be the tastiest fish this side of the Mississippi.
Ah.
We can tuck in as soon as it's cooked.
I tried to hide the realization growing on my face. A mouthful of taxidermy stuffing and chipped teeth from the iron horseshoe hidden inside wouldn't be the culinary sensation Ned was after. Sounds great, Ned.
Ja. Reparierstoff. Der Hufeisen. Das glaube ich
The
nicht.
fish was far too hot to pick up, and I was sure Ned wouldn't have wanted me to extinguish his grill.
Zange?
I needed to think of something else.
Keine Zange. Schießpulver? Schere, nein. Messer.
Shall we tuck in, Ned?
Don't be tucking in yet, Mac. We've got to wait until it's cooked through to perfection.
Wann ist er
Good
perfekt?
evening, Ned.
Hello again.
Wann ist er perfekt?
Ned, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm not sure that fish is edible.
Nah, Mac. Don't be so modest.
No, really, I think there's something inside the fish that shouldn't be there.
You almost had me there, Mac.
Ned was a nice guy, seemingly too nice to believe what I'd stowed in that fish. How's the grilled pancoza coming along?
Sizzling up nicely. I have to keep checking it every few minutes. Make sure the fire isn't too hot. Make sure the skin doesn't get too charred. But don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as we're ready to eat.
Warte mal.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
Glassepark?
If Ned wanted to wait until the fish was cooked to tuck in, it was time to turn up the heat.
Alter.
Whoa! We don't want you overdone, little fishy. Time to cut you open. Ready for a taste sensation?
Sah
now?
gefühlt
Ready
aus
as I'll
wie
ever be.
Hand me back that knife, would you?
Bombenexplosion. So aus einer Atombombe.
That's strange. There's something in here. A horseshoe.
Now, how did that get in there?
Mac, I think your fish is stuffed.
Well, knock me over with a herring. I'm shocked. Does this mean my record doesn't count?
I hate to break it to you.
Did I hear what I think I heard? Out of the way, Buster.
Evelyn, what took you so long?
The record-breaking Pancoza was stuffed? The new record was a sham? Murphy, what have you got to say for yourself?
You've caught me red-handed. Well, I don't mean to be coy with you, but this cuts me to the soul. I only entered for the halibut. I can't believe I'm herring this right. I'm cracking up. I'm floundering. I'm carping on and on. I need to clear my head, but let me know if you need anything else from me.
I think you've got more of a future in the funny pages than serious journalism, Murphy. Kips, have you got time for an interview with the Juniper Parish Gazette?
Evelyn homed in on Ned like a dog with a bone and no sense of personal boundaries.
Do Pancoza fish ever eat iron?
So, jetzt kann ich da machen und Aktenschränke. Such.
Local dog Arya eats all king cakes from Dead Nettle Bakery.
Nein.
The newspapers in the cabinet dated back decades. If I was going to find something specific, I needed to match it up with a date.
1. April was gewesen. Ja. 1. April. Ja.
Librarian Y. Sinclair unearths fascinating historical artifacts.
Oder muss ich das damit verbinden?
Using the date from the death certificate, I began to search through the newspaper's archives.
Ah, seriously? Aber ich stehe auf
And then
pointandclick.
I found it. In the bottom corner of the newspaper was a small announcement showing that the person buried on that date was named Eleanor Hines. I ripped out the announcement and replaced the newspaper.
Lass das nicht gesehen. Dreht Heiling hier. Von 9. März 98. Ja.
It was the obituary I'd ripped from the newspaper giving the burial date of someone named Eleanor Hines.
Hä? Falsch übersetzt oder?
It was the obituary I'd ripped from the newspaper giving the burial date of someone named Eleanor Hines.
Okay.
McAllen, I told you can't go back there.
Whoops, look at the time. I've really got to be going.
Falsch übersetzt irgendwas.
I had a name to go along with the death certificate. Now it was time to find out where they were buried.
Ja, ich glaube, die haben es falsch übersetzt, den Namen. Genau, die haben den Namen falsch übersetzt. So.
I thought I'd leave. Do you know where I can find this grave?
Eleanor Hines? Name rings a bell, but I can't remember the face. She must be around here somewhere, though.
Okay, dann suchen wir die.
I scanned the headstones. Was?
Warte mal, muss ich das Ding...
I began searching the graves for the name in the clipping. Eleanor Hines.
Als ob...
Aha! I discovered a small headstone at the center of the cemetery, partially covered in moss and lacking any date whatsoever. So this was where Eleanor Hines had been buried. Except, now that I was looking at it etched in large letters, I began to realize something. The name was an anagram. Here lies no one? And if a person wasn't buried here, what was? I wasn't going to be able
Also,
to say digging up a grave felt eerie would be an understatement. But if something was down there, I needed to find out what it was.
okay, bei Namen haben die Übersetzung ein bisschen
I took out the shovel and began to dig.
Ah, ein bisschen ist ja kein Beinbruch.
Eventually, I found something.
Dass der Undertaker nichts sagt, ist komisch. Ich muss aus der Toilette.
Not a coffin, but instead, a battered old chest.
Ah, die Linse, genau.
I opened the chest I dug up from the grave and found two things of interest. A round glass lens and an engraving in the lid of the chest.
Ja, das brauche
I
ich
picked up the glass lens.
Noch nicht fertig, junger Mann. Bleib zurück.
The engraving read, "The Tale of the Mermaid."
Ja, das ist das auf dem Dach. Wo wir den, die Meerjungfrau oben gesehen haben.
There was nothing else in the grave.
Nix, okay. Das heißt, wir können wieder zurück. Hierhin. Ja, hier. Bah. So quietscht. Der Schwanz von der Meerjungfrau zeigt nach da. Okay. Mal schauen.
The small lens fit perfectly on the end of the telescope. I immediately looked through it to see what it would reveal. I spy with my little eye the next clue. The bayou would have been an easy place to hide something in. The creek...
Oh, sorry.
The creek meandered all across the peninsula. Surely that was too much to search. I'd already walked that road numerous times. Was there something along it I was missing?
Ah. Muss bis an dem Rand gehen, ab der... Ah. Das ist ein Oktopus. Octopussy. Nein. Ich brauche meine Meerjungfrau. Wo bist du? Wo bist du?
The Tale of the Mermaid. This must have been the location described in the chest's inscription. But looking through the gap in the weather vane, all I could see was darkness. With no easy path to it, I couldn't justify risking my life trekking through overgrown wilderness and the alligator-infested bayou unless I was sure something was there. I needed some way to light up the bayou.
Seriously? Dass wir zurückkehren für diese... Oh. Ah, vielen Dank für deine Streamer-Serie. 10 Stück schon. Wieder hoch? Ah, ne. Einmal drehen. Nein, einmal nochmal.
thought back to the mysterious darkness within the mermaid's tail I could see from the Belmore Manor cupola. I realized the lighthouse light was shining in the right direction, but it was far too far away to light up that part of the island, blocked by the rocky cliffs. If I was going to illuminate the bayou, I needed a way of doing it that was much closer.
Ja, ich brauche irgendwas zum Schießen.
With so many coves and caves along the coast, it was difficult to make out what was what.
Aber was soll ich nehmen zum Schießen? Ich hab ja nichts. Ich hab ja nichts zum Schießen, das ist das Problem.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience with firearms that 5 steps were required. Gunpowder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire.
Ja, das haben wir. Ding haben wir auch. Wo ist die fucking Kugel? Weiß nicht so. Ah, Kugel ist das doch. Ah, ich weiß, wo die Kugel ist. Was einem Scheiß. Joseph. Da
Is
ist die
that
Kugel.
Penco's a fish I could smell from the kitchens?
Out on the docks, actually. Ned started up a grill.
I had a Penco's a fish once.
To eat?
No, I could never eat him. He was a pet of mine. Used to swim around in my bathtub. Though he didn't much care for the squeeze when Mrs. Pemberley took a bath. Lived to the ripe old age of 13. I had him stuffed and mounted aboard the Spirit Queen to honor his treasured life. Bernie, I called him.
I had the dawning realization that I knew that fish better than I had expected.
I wonder what happened to him.
Well, he's definitely Bernie now, I can tell you that.
Wir haben ihn angebrannt. Okay. Ich muss irgendwie. Der hat es 7-mal geschafft, die Bande zu treffen. Und ich muss irgendwie schaffen, 8-mal zu treffen. Aber wie?
I needed to think. I thought I'd keep that to myself.
Ich soll einfach über den Kopf zauen. Wie soll ich Sachen schaffen 7-mal?
Hello again.
Welcome back.
I'd like
thinking you.
Es wird wieder nur 3-mal klappen. Warte mal, geht es mit... Dreimal.
Threes.
Ja. Aber ich muss hier die fucking Kugel haben. Ah, der Ding haben wir schon. Okay.
I couldn't do that. I wondered if greasing the table would have let the balls move faster, but the green baize would have just soaked it up and made a mess.
Das passt, aber wie? Wie soll ich es machen?
I didn't need to dust that.
Ich muss irgendwie das Ding hier...
The room was dominated by a large wooden... The billiard table was already occupied.
Ich muss irgendwie schaffen, dass die Kugel sich schneller bewegt. Weil nur so kriege ich die dumme Kugel. Ansonsten geht es ja nicht weiter.
I didn't need to...
Oh.
I didn't need... I didn't need to make...
Ich glaube, ich muss dann nachschauen. Aber ich glaube, das mit dem Fett hat damit was damit zu tun. Aber es ist halt die Sache, wie kriege ich das hin? Weil wie gesagt, Kugeln ja. Wie kriege ich das mit den Kugeln hin? Kristallkugel habe ich schon. Ah. Seriously? Das war das falsche Ding. Feuerwerks? Ah. Hey, ich wollte... Ah. Ah, warte. Ach, hier.
These are complimentary matchbooks for members only.
I am a member.
Oh, yes. How silly of me to forget.
Das habe ich gar nicht bemerkt. Wie komme ich auf die Idee, Feuerwerkskörper in dem Ding reinzuschmeißen, damit es sich... oh. So was kann man doch gar nicht.
Welcome back.
There is no way I could carry a fish if I want.
Ah.
The chamber pot would make a respectable new home for the fish, but I knew Jasper wouldn't be happy seeing me disturb her.
Was kann ich da machen?
I thought I... What do you think of this key?
Gold plating. Very fancy.
Müssen irgendwie
I have nothing else to add.
Müssen irgendwie ablenken. Ja, machen wir jetzt mal das eine erleuchten. Ja. Das eins nach dem anderen. Eins nach dem anderen. Wie kommen wir auf die Idee, das reinzutun?
The firework dropped snugly into the drain pipe. If it needed a launch tube to fire, this was the closest I was going to get.
Mit der Leuchten, da denke ich mir halt mit dem Leuchtturm und nicht mit dem...
I took a match out of the matchbook, dragged it against the striker, and lit the firework.
No!
Illuminated by the glow of the fireworks, I could see something through the mermaid weather vane. It looked like a wishing well.
Ah, da. Ein neuer Ort. Wupp, wupp. Ups. Karte.
My route to the well had me clambering over fallen tupelo trees and trudging through knee-deep water, lit only by moonlight and accompanied only by the overly curious critters of the bayou. But eventually, I found it. The swamp water was murky and dark. I wasn't going to find anything of interest in there. I looked down the well. I couldn't see the bottom. Perhaps the darkness concealed the next step of my treasure hunt, if I could find a way down into it. The rope looked like it could bear my weight. If only I could lower it into the well first. I wanted to turn the pulley, but realized the handle was missing. Without a handle, I wasn't going to get the leverage to turn it.
Ich hab ihn.
The crank slid into the gear mechanism perfectly.
Und jetzt dreh. Dreh. Dreh, Sklave.
I'd heard of throwing a coin down a well to make a wish, but never of throwing yourself down. I just had to hope a 30-year-old rope could still hold my weight.
Nicht sehr realistisch machen. Ich bin ehrlich. Ein bisschen Lebensmüde und tschüss.
With some luck, I found I'd landed on a metal platform jutting out into the hollow of the well. Clearly, I wasn't the first person to come down here, although the previous visitor might have arrived here more gracefully.
Er ist hier gelandet. Ein bisschen weiter nach links und der wäre... Da. Der wäre gearscht.
Unless I planned on jumping even further down into the well, the alcove looked like the only route out. But as I ran my hands over the bumps in the darkness, I couldn't find anything but cold, wet stone. If there was something there, I'd need some illumination to find it.
Licht. Was für Licht? Ich habe hier nichts mit Licht. Streichholz.
The light from a match was going to be too dim and too quick burning to properly examine what lay in the darkness. I needed to think bigger.
Warte mal. Geht das?
The feather duster would have burned up in an instant, leaving me without a feather duster and probably without eyebrows too. I would have burned my hand if I lit the greasy rag while holding it. I didn't need to make that greasy.
Warte mal.
I didn't need to...
Du sollst nicht greasy machen, sondern einfach nur...
Unless I planned on jumping even further down into the well, the alcove looked like the only route out. But as I ran my hands over the bumps in the darkness, I couldn't find anything but cold, wet stone. If there was something there, I'd need some illumination to find it. I didn't need to set fire to that. The light from a match was going to be too dim. I needed...
Ja, was? Hier, da.
I would have burned. It was a car. I didn't need. I did. Lighting up gunpowder I was carrying in my vest would have resulted. I didn't need that. I didn't want to. I didn't need.
Jetzt bin ich überfragt. Was zum Fick? Der doch nicht, weil nach oben komme ich nicht mehr. Da habe ich Ja. Seriously.
I picked up the rope and the spindle it was attached to.
Seriously. Oh Gott. Ich habe nicht nach oben gemacht. Ich habe nur hier unten angeklickt. Oh. So ein Scheiß.
I didn't need to tie... Nope. I did... Knowing how flammable the grease-soaked cotton would be, I wrapped it around the spindle to form a rudimentary torch.
Ich hab nur hier und nicht nach oben. Oh. Weil ich einmal nicht alles
I didn't need...
Egal. Mein Fehler.
I took a match out of the matchbook, careful not to drop it onto
Mein
the wet
Fehler mal wieder.
and ignited the torch.
Wenn ich mal wieder nicht
Torch burned
alles
brightly,
anklicke.
dancing light into the formerly dark alcove. And that's when I saw it. Hidden within the rock face was a small metal box with a button on it.
Also, da hättest du auch schon eher sehen können, wenn du die mit den Händen abgesucht hättest.
I pressed the button and immediately heard the sound of sparking electricity, seemingly coming from within the rocks themselves. And then...
Da, 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 da. Rickman? So.
The passageway meandered like a labyrinth through the underground rock. With each step, I felt more and more lost, and ready to turn back. Then up ahead, I saw a glimmer of light.
Batman? Bist du's? Jetzt kommt Batman. Ne, Alfred kommt. Der Butler.
The top of the stairs appeared to be a dead end, but the wooden board blocking my way and the muffled sounds of electricity suggested there was more to this passageway than met the eye.
Jetzt kommen wir die Höhle, in der Höhle von...
I placed my hands on the obstruction and pushed.
Ah. Hier ist der gute Mann gestorben.
I emerged into a dimly lit office that seemed to have been taken over by frighteningly active machinery, and from the familiar groaning of wood, I realized where I was. The scrawls looked like the writings of a madman. I could identify words in Latin and strange occult symbols, but pieced together, they looked like they'd only have meaning to their author.
Alfred is cool.
Despite my efforts, I couldn't find a way to open the bookcase passage from this side. Horror novels had told me that one of the shelved books might be a secret lever, but if there was one, I couldn't find it. So this was the generator that the water wheel was powering. This was what was bringing the spark of life to Cecil's experiments.
Ah, bisschen unter dem, der Wassermühle. Ah. Was war im Rücken, junger Mann?
I didn't want to interfere with the skeleton any more than I had to.
Was war im Rücken?
I solved your treasure hunt, Cecil. I hope you don't mind me taking this as my reward.
Rickman?
I grow weary of your inability to heed my warning, Murphy McCallan. No good shall come from you pursuing this.
Blah, 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 blah.
What you've done to Abigail Belmore cannot be allowed to continue.
Abigail Belmore is dead, as will you be, if you continue this pathetic charade.
She deserves to be free, just like all the ghosts of the manor.
You haven't learned, have you, McCallan? Everything you've done so far has just made the situation worse. Now is the time to back out.
I'll never do that, Rackham. Finding the treasure is more important to me now than it's ever been.
Then I hope it's a cause you're willing to die for. Just as Cecil Belmore's blood poured from his body, so shall yours.
Halbe 2.
Rackham's telekinetic powers had dropped me onto the mill's conveyor belt. My wrists and ankles now tied with the same wire that was strewn about the mill. But at least the buzzsaw wasn't on. And then it got even worse.
Hammer.
inches to spare, the belt snagged on the warping wooden frame and gave me a chance of escape, acutely aware that it could catch again any moment and send me hurtling into the spinning blade. With my hands and feet bound, I couldn't reach my belongings. No matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't snap it. No matter how hard I... Boards on either side of the conveyor belt stopped me from being able to roll off. No matter how hard I pulled, I considered touching the spinning blade, but I was quite attached to my hand.
Na komm, sag keiner.
No matter how hard I pulled, Boards on either side of the conveyor belt stopped me from being able to roll off. Boards on either side. The same wire that festooned the mill was now tightly securing my ankles. I couldn't reach it. The saw blades were rusted. That was... No matter how hard Thin wire was wrapped tightly around my wrists. I couldn't snap it. Boards on either side of the
Okay, das ist ja ein bisschen dumm. Weil der will nicht hier nicht rangehen mit den Händen, mit den Füßen auch nicht. Das ist mir jetzt ein bisschen...
Boards on either side of the... The same wire that festooned the mill was now tightly securing my ankles. It was the sawmill machinery I was trapped on, ready to drag me into the buzzsaw at any moment. The buzzsaw spun so fast it was a blur, but I remembered every one of those jagged teeth and what they'd do to my body if I got too close.
Die Stelle ist irgendwie komisch. Ich weiß nicht, was sie von mir wollen.
I couldn't reach it. I couldn't reach it. I couldn't reach the... Boards on either side. Boards on either... I considered touching the spinning blade, but I was quite attached to my hand, and I wanted to keep it that way. The buzzsaw spun so fast it...
Okay, die Stelle ist irgendwie komisch. Weil er ehrlich gesagt nicht, was er von mir will.
Carefully, I had the wire wrapped around my wrists against the spinning blade. It cut through them like butter, just like it would do to me if I couldn't get my ankles free. No matter how hard I... With seconds left, I hacked into the wires with the scissors and just managed to cut through them. With my legs free, I swung myself off the conveyor belt. I had survived being cut in half, and now I had Cecil's key.
Seriously, ich musste... Wenn ich draufklicke, das hat es nicht gemacht, aber ich musste die Hände da hinten... Oh Gott. Was für eine Scheiße, aber auch... Was für ein Scheiß.
The electrical safety of the...
Wer denkt sich die Scheiße? Sein. Wer denkt sich die Scheiße aus? Okay. Aber wieso nochmal polieren? Ich dachte einmal...
Welcome back.
Okay.
Would you be able to polish my brooch again?
Goodness me, what have you been doing with it?
Oh, you know, just the usual wear and tear.
I don't know how anyone does this much tearing while wearing. But hand it over and we'll shine her up.
Okay. Das ist...
With Jasper distracted, it was time for his fish to move into its new porcelain-throne home. Hopefully it didn't suffer any indignity at the change of residence, but then, being a goldfish, it would probably soon forget anyway.
Aber als ob der nicht merkt, dass das verschwunden ist. Okay. Spiellogik. Spiellogik.
I've wrapped it in a little tissue paper this time so it doesn't get dirty again.
Thank you.
But really, sir, this many polishings in one night might be approaching my limit. I certainly understand the appeal of a good flash, but I don't know how many more times tonight I can cope with this.
Ah, da. Tischglas, Seidenpapier.
It was a sheet of semi-transparent tissue paper. I could...
Bestimmt mit irgendwas wieder...
Nope. I couldn't do that.
Ah, vielleicht irgendwas anderes. So. Warte mal, Moor.
Then we hypnotize the middle schoolers to be our Imperial Guard.
Oh, we've got company.
I didn't need to...
Grüße von der.
Then we blackmail the teachers with the things I saw on New Year's.
Loose lips, Mallory.
Die Ideen von der Kleinen, Alter. Was wird noch passieren, wenn die erwachsen wird? Boah. Groß Mahlzeit. Wenn schon als Kind solche Ideen hat.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
Will this work as a crystal ball?
Considering our circumstances, we will have to make do. Xavier Belmore, hear our cry. Where does your mortal body lie?
Wo ist der?
I sense a cave on the island coast. Waves thrashing, wind howling, and two figures exploring its darkest depths. Xavier and Rackham. Rackham has lured Xavier here, promising an unparalleled expedition to the bold adventurer. But it's a trap. I sense Rackham fleeing the cave, leaving Xavier as the water rises and rises and rises. Look at the painting.
Oh. Ertrunken oder was? Ah, das ist auch beschissen. Ertrunken.
Xavier's body still lies in that coastal cave. I feel much danger there, but you must get a boat and cross the sea to reach it. I sense something in Xavier's bedroom might help you locate it.
Ich habe die Schatzkarte, den Weg dahin. Also gefühlt wer ist vor dem leichtesten gestorben? Der mit dem Messer im Rücken, der eingemauert ist, lebendig oder ertrunken? Boah. Alle haben die Arschkarte gezogen gefühlt. Alle haben die Arschkarte. Ja.
Weapons weren't my style. Besides, most of them were secured to the wall.
Nehmt ihr eine Waffe mit?
I reached up and took the map from the frame. As best as I could tell, this was a genuine pirate treasure map. The island I recognized as Devil's Rock, but what stood out to me was the large X in red ink on the southern coast, marked Crossbone Cove. At least I hoped it was ink.
Ja, Messer schon, aber halt die Sache, ist er sofort gestorben oder ist er verblutet? Weil das könnte auch ein qualvoller Tod gewesen sein.
The latch on the trunk was broken. I would have to do without whatever was inside. I stared at the glassy black eyes of the bear rug. It didn't stare back. That was a relief.
Das ist halt die Sache. Ist es so besser? War es besser? Ah, ist ja da.
Hello again, Sebastian.
Oh, it's you again.
Not playing hide and seek anymore?
I've outgrown it.
Sore loser, huh?
I didn't lose. You cheated. Anyway, I've moved on to this now.
A paddle ball?
My mum found it for me after I told her I wasn't getting the tin boot I wanted for my birthday.
It's not even your birthday.
That doesn't matter. Anyway, what? Bet you can't do this.
The little brat had me there. Like hula hooping, unicycling, and
ich brauch die
my
Kugel
facility
für
with a
das,
paddle ball was on par with my ability to do other completely useless party tricks. What do you think of this magazine?
That's a bit creepy.
What's the matter? Scared of it?
Not as scared as I am of your face.
Hello, Sebastian.
Hochzeit.
Shouldn't you be getting ready for the wedding?
I'm not the page boy anymore. I've been demoted.
How did that happen?
Well, before I started playing with this paddle ball, I found a marble in one of the bedrooms. A super-sized one, perfect for bombing.
Whose bedroom?
One of the guest rooms. Mr. Beaumont's, I think. He's certainly lost his marbles.
What did you do with it?
Like my dad taught me, I'm keeping Mum on that one. All I'm going to say is that it was a big mix-up. Mrs. Craddock must have had her sense of humour surgically removed.
Did you say you followed Cecil Belmore to a secret laboratory?
I was going to, but then I saw him.
Rackham?
Shh. Yeah, I'm good at hiding, but the way he moved, he was like a shadow.
Do you remember which way they were heading?
I only followed them to the edge of the estate. I didn't dare go further.
So you think the laboratory is hidden somewhere outside the estate?
It must be. I haven't found it here in the house.
Das hatten wir schon.
Mallory told me to tell you she's not happy that you changed her toy catalog.
What's she going to do? I'm already dead.
But that's not a nice way to treat other people.
She started it.
How?
She tried to have me exorcised.
I beg your pardon?
Candles, salt, a pentagram. She even brought over a black cat from the fort. When I confronted her about it, she said she was just doing a science project.
I see. So, you think you're good with that paddle ball, huh?
Better than you'll ever be. Just name a trick and I can do it.
I bet you can't do the paddle ball with your eyes closed.
Look and learn.
I didn't want to damage the furnishings.
Irgendwas muss ich machen.
That wasn't going... I didn't think he'd be in...
Irgendwie muss ich die Kugel haben. Ah, doch, ich habe Vorhänge gehabt.
With Sebastian's eyes closed, I took out my scissors, and when the timing was right, snipped.
Hey, what happened to my paddle ball?
The ball just snapped right off there. Maybe you need to practice a bit more. With any other child, I'd feel guilty. With Sebastian, it felt like evening out the cosmic balance.
I bet Mallory was behind this.
Da ist der Ball. Und jetzt kann ich das machen.
I picked up the red rubber ball I'd cut from the paddle ball. It looked like a clown's nose.
Jetzt, glaube ich, kann ich das machen. Das nicht. Warte mal. Kann ich schon hinreisen?
Crossbone Cove lay at the bottom of impassable rock.
Okay, ja. Da hoch, da hoch. Da.
I had an idea. One that required skill, subtlety, and finesse. Or at least the ability to hurl a billiard ball through an open doorway. Yoink!
Did you just touch the table?
Absolutely not.
Ow! Who threw that?
Haben wir erwischt.
Hello again, Captain Pat.
Welcome back.
Jetzt können wir das
I'd
machen.
like a rematch at England.
Thinking you.
Jetzt sollte es klappen. Zehn? 12?
I don't believe it. I've never seen 14s before. You must have arms like the coupling rods on a steam train.
A blessing and a curse, as I've discovered more than once to my own cost. But I don't like to boast. Does this mean I win the trophy?
I'm afraid it does, but you need to bring it back next Wednesday for the potluck. We'll have a rematch then.
With my newfound title as Club Billiards Champion, it was time to claim my trophy.
Ich glaube nicht, dass du die Trophäe je wiedersehen wirst. Das. Wobei? Nein, ich will sehen, wenn ich erwischt habe. So, von hier. Hab ich ihn erwischt? Aber von dort? Ja, könnte passiert sein.
Hey, Mac. Don't be too down about your fish. The waters around here contain all manner of surprises. I reeled in an icebox last week, and a gas cooker the week before that. Just need a lure and a sink, and I could renovate our kitchen back home. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to be delivering to the Captain's Club tonight. If you see old Felix, ask him if they're running low, would you?
I decided the fish.
Und Felix.
Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
So,
Crab McCready told me you kicked him out of the club for teaching a parrot poetry?
Yes, that's quite correct.
That doesn't seem very fair.
You didn't hear the poetry. If I may regale you, there was a young man from Bombay. Took the slow boat to China one day. He was pinned to the tiller by a frisky gorilla, and China's a bloody long way.
I see.
Apologies if we're in disagreement about whether that sort of material is appropriate for the Captain's Club.
Nope. Can't argue with that. Very fair conclusion.
Felix,
Felix, I'm the new billiards champion of the Captain's Club.
You beat Captain Pemberley?
I certainly did.
Oh, thank goodness. Maybe he'll have a rest from it for a little bit. We haven't been able to pry him away from that table for months. I've been hiding those billiard balls, one a week since August. The guy won't give it up. It's cost the club a fortune in billiard chalk.
Ned Kipps wants me to ask if you need any more fish for the Captain's Club.
I'm afraid we're not serving food tonight. Chef's come down with a case of gastroenteritis, from undercooked fish, ironically. But if we did need some, I'd be rather wary of getting it from the Dead Nettle Pier based on the rumors I've heard. A horseshoe and a pencosa. I wonder what aquatic ironmongery will be next. A candlestick and a catfish, perhaps?
I'd best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain.
Ich muss sagen, was ich vom Spiel so. Ja, da lang. Ist wirklich gut gemacht. Die Charaktere, der Humor. Das ist wirklich geil.
I decided to leave Ned to his fishing. The fisherman sat on the edge of the dock looking as content. The fish I'd supposedly... The fish... I decided...
Okay, nichts mit Ned.
I decided...
Sagen wir so. Ich bin froh, dass ich mir das Spiel gekauft habe. Ach, Wort. Ich bin wirklich froh, dass ich mir das Spiel geholt habe. So. Einmal Gunpowder.
I'd already poured gun...
Okay, ja, ja. Ah, ne, erstmal die Kugel. Erstmal die Kugel.
That wasn't going...
Erstmal die Kugel.
I loaded the billiards trophy into the cannon. Spherical and solid metal. It was the perfect improvised cannonball.
Stock.
I packed in the gunpowder and makeshift cannonball. Now there were just 2 steps remaining. Aim and fire. Whoa!
Ho ho.
The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience with firearms that 5 steps were required. Gunpowder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire.
Yeah.
The cannon looked like... The cannon looked like... An old cannon still sat on the ramparts, ready to fire upon enemy ships.
Warte mal. Ah, hier.
The cannon didn't need a fuse.
Was eine Fuse? Achso, Feuer?
I was only going to be able to fire this cannon once, and I needed to make sure it was aimed right. The rocky coastline all looked the same. I needed a way to make a target.
Ich muss jetzt mal dahin reisen und dann... Oh, ich dachte... Ich muss erst mal dahin. Ja, die haben es gut getroffen mit Monkey Island, Bahamus Fluch und so weiter. Mit Bahamus Fluch, dazu kann ich nichts sagen. Das Spiel nie gespielt. Daher.
I'd like to charter your ferry, please. I have a map here to... Huh? What's that?
Shh, quiet! The show's starting. Signore, signori, ladies and gentlemen, the magic and mystery of the theater comes together with the artistry of the craftsman. I was going to say that. You're interrupting me. You started it. This is very unprofessional. To present to you the fantastical battle between good and evil, a struggle between right and wrong. I just said that. The timeless tale of Pulcinella. I was supposed to announce the title.
Schauen wir uns mal das an.
Great show. Maybe it's time to wrap it up? I don't think I'd ever been brushed off by a puppet before. Hey guys, do you think you'll be finished soon? I was starting to dislike these guys.
Oh.
Nope. That... I didn't need... I did... Perhaps it was the piratical air that brought to mind the mimicry skills of a parrot. If Squawkin' Hawkins could do it, maybe I could give it a try.
You're speaking over my lines. I'm not speaking over your lines. You're adding in lines that weren't in the script.
Wieder oder was?
Great show. Maybe it's time. I was starting to dislike... That seemed to get one of the puppeteers riled up. I wondered if I could do the same for the other. That seemed to get... That seemed to get... That seemed...
Ja, aber...
That seemed... Hey guys! I was starting to...
Ja, aber...
That seemed... Hey guys! I was starting to dislike these... That seemed...
Es ist doch ein beschissenes Ding. Was ein
Excuse
Scheiß.
me? About the...
Yes, I'm afraid the ferry's engaged at the moment.
Because of the puppet show?
You got it. My favorite part's when they hit each other on the head.
Kann ich... Gibt so viel Scheiße hier.
I did... No. No. A stick puppet resembling a clown bobbed along the stage, buzzing incessantly.
Boah,
A
die
stick
gehen auf den
puppet
Sack.
looking like the devil honked. That seemed to get one of the puppets.
Aber wie? Weil du, wenn du das an sich machen kannst.
That wasn't going.
Boah. Das ist doch beschissen, Alter.
That seemed to get. Nope. That seemed.
Boah, die gehen auf den Sack. Mit dem scheiß Gehupe. Fick dich.
That's.
Du musst doch irgendwie die Dinger. Oh, wie?
That wasn't going. I didn't need to die. Great show. Maybe it's time to. I was starting to.
Ja. Die gehen mir auch auf den Sack. Scheiß Gehupe.
I needed to.
Man kann es halt nicht benutzen, die Scheiße. Alter, wie kann man den die Hohensöhne wegmachen? Ich fand den da oben. Hä? Wo? Wo ist deine Hupe angebracht?
That wasn't going to. That wasn't going. No. That wasn't going to.
Hä? Klappe. Hä? Ich fand deine Utopie. Ja, das habe ich. Ja, das habe ich. Der Summe.
Nope.
Ah.
The necklace I was carrying exactly matched the one around the neck of the bride's reflection. This must have belonged to the sailor. It was time to reunite it with its other half. As the reflection disappeared back into the mirror, I looked at the dresser and saw that something had been left behind. A small ivory comb. I didn't think Abigail would mind if I took the comb with me.
Comb?
Playing the phonograph wouldn't... I needed to think.
Zeitschrift?
Remembering my childhood days, I wrapped the tissue paper around the comb to form a rudimentary kazoo. It was a homemade kazoo, perfect for badly improvised folk tunes.
Hab ich. Manche Sachen kapiere ich nicht, wie sich das vorgestellt haben. Wie? Man hätte schon vorher, vor ein paar Stunden, sich die genau anschauen müssen, dass sie so eine Halskette hat, damit die Halskette... Ja, nee, ist klar. Als ob ich mir das alles merken würde. Oh, da gehen wir auf den Sack.
I needed to think of something.
Non ci posso credere. That was my moment. Your moment. We agreed in rehearsals that this scene would be about me. Che cosa? I did no such thing. You did it again! Mama always told me you'd try to upstage me. Che pazzi. Mama told you that. She always told me I should go solo. Right, that's it. I quit. You quit. I quit first. You'll never work in this town again. Work in this town again? We only arrived this morning.
Endlich.
Sabotage the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just...
That was hilarious. I liked it when the puppets fight, but I love it when it's the puppeteers.
Glad you enjoyed the show.
Could I borrow those instruments you used? If they come back, I'd like to direct the encore.
Sure, I doubt I'll have much more use for them.
Okay, das ist zweimal weniger. Yay! Ich hab zu viel Scheiß da oben. Zu viel Scheiß. Aber das Gehupe geht mir auf den Sack. Bin ehrlich. Das Gehupe.
Could you take me to Crossbone Cove?
Well, look at that. That's
Throw
quite
this
a
up, boys.
dangerous destination. Do you know how many boats have crashed against the rocks along that coast?
Does that mean we can't go?
Oh, sure we can. But it'll cost you.
How much?
Boat charter, insurance, perilous route supplement, double pay at this time of night. It's gonna cost you at least $50.
$50?
Plus tax. Let's call it $75 total.
75?
But listen, I'll give you private hire of the ferry for the rest of the night.
I don't have that much.
No problem. Just get back to me when you do. As I say it, you've got no other choice. Ain't no other ferry around at this time of night.
Kann ich denn mit dem...
I didn't need to...
Doch, warte, ich brauche... Ah, ne, falsches Ding.
I had nothing else.
Ich muss irgendwas dem geben, damit der mir, glaube ich, Geld gibt.
I didn't... I thought I... Would this help you find those fossils, Muffy?
No, no. Fossils are delicate things. You can't go charging in with a shovel. Systematic meticulousness, orderliness, and patience. That's what's needed.
And a big stick?
Exactly.
I thought I'd keep that to myself.
Okay, das heißt, brauchen wir noch. Ich muss irgendwo Geld verdienen, aber wo? Die geben mir kein Geld. Ja, das weiß ich bei denen. Ah, okay.
Did you say you were looking for a more secluded beach?
Yes, that's right. Have you found one?
Look at this. Further along the coast is a bay called Crossbone Cove.
Mitdenken, sagt doch, hat doch gesagt, der will dahin. Ah.
Crossbone Cove.
Mitdenken, junger Mann.
Very bony. How do we get there?
There's a ferryman in town named Crab McCready who can take us to Crossbone Cove. We just need $75 to cover the charter fee.
Oh, absolutely. I can spare some of my allowance. Let me write you a check.
Ach, mitdenken, junger Mann. Crab McCready. $75.
That should cover it.
I'll go charter it at once.
So. Einmal da, einmal da. Wieder am schnellsten. Einmal da, einmal da.
Will this cover the ferry payment?
Oh, I didn't think you'd get that much. Sure it will. Who's this Carlisle guy?
Oh, he's coming too. He's funding the trip.
Well, he gets a promotional flag too.
Gee, thanks.
Consider this ferry chartered. Thank you for placing your trust in the Crab McCready Ferry Company, despite all the reviews. Now, once your compatriot is here, we can cast off. Pen that map up inside the cabin, will you? It'll be a tricky voyage to Crossbone Cove. I haven't sunk yet. This month.
And so we were off, captained by a man whose body composition had more alcohol in it than a bottle of vodka. And yet he navigated like a seasoned dancer, pirouetting through the treacherous currents with a drunken grace, all the while sipping from a flask that smelled stronger than window cleaner. Crab, I can't complain about your captaincy skills, but I've got to ask, how did you get through those treacherous rocks with so much alcohol in your bloodstream?
Murphy, if I didn't have the alcohol in my bloodstream, I wouldn't be going anywhere near those rocks in the first place.
Stimmt auch wieder.
I didn't want to go paddling. With use of the ferry for the rest of the night, the Creaky Crab 2 remained ready to take me back to Dead Nettle.
Mord. Rudderboot. Haufen Steine.
Looking back out through the narrow inlet across the waves, I could see Fort de la Moor, with its ramparts of antique cannons and lighthouse-top tower. Currently, it was shining away from Crossbone Cove. I didn't want to disturb the rock pile. I might have made it collapse.
Warte mal.
Hey, Crab, what is this thing?
Ah, there's a cairn. Probably built centuries ago.
What was it used for?
The cairns were used by pirates as markers. You see, with all these coves and caves along the coastline, it'd be easy to lose track of which one held the booty. So they'd stack up the rocks and put something reflective on top, like a shard of metal from a broken cutlass or a handheld mirror. Then, as they'd sail the coast, they'd shine their lanterns across the beaches, and if they saw something reflect back, they knew that's where they'd hidden the stolen loot.
Do you think the cove still has treasure?
I don't think so. What's the point of hiding gold and jewels if you don't come back to collect and spend them?
Dann kann man das Licht hier hinschreien und macht blitzi blitzi.
I balanced the brooch on top of the cairn, its reflective jewel facing out to the horizon. If pirates could make use of this, maybe I could too.
Ja.
The rowboat had no oars, and more importantly, no structural integrity. It wasn't going anywhere.
Ja, hier müssen wir schießen.
At the far end of Crossbone Cove, all I came across was a wall of rocks and boulders. It seemed the cave I was after had gone missing. Hello again, Muffy.
Hello, Murphy.
Any luck finding those fossils?
Nothing. I'm beginning to think this island doesn't have any fossils.
Have you found anything at all?
Only these.
Oh my goodness, Muffy! Those are gemstones! Rubies, emeralds, sapphires? This might be genuine pirate treasure.
But they're not fossils, are they? They're nothing more than baubles. They're not the figurative footsteps of ancient behemoths, the skeletal remains of the kings of the prehistoric world. I'll have you know, I'm not conducting this exploration for financial gain, but for the love of dinosaurs. Here, you seem rather entranced by them. You can have them.
Gosh, thank you, Muffy.
I am rich, bitch.
What do you think of Crossbone Cove, Muffy?
I feel like a real explorer out here. Such daring and tranquil isolation, inaccessible, miles from civilization.
It's nice to get away from it all, isn't it?
Just the place to build a summer retreat, I'd say. A manor on the cliffside, a pier for the yacht, connect up a road for Rufus, my driver, a few cottages for the staff. Then I'd be able to enjoy the isolation properly.
You haven't seen a cave around here, have you?
I'm afraid not. Why? Have you lost one?
It appears so.
Well, don't give up. Things are always in the last place you look.
Good luck with the fossil hunting.
I'm close. I can feel it.
Ich muss zurückkehren, das Licht hier bringen, Kanone hier abschießen.
Hello again, Crab.
Hello, Murphy.
Isn't there supposed to be a cave here?
Looks like there's been a rock slide. Not unusual on this side of the island. The Caribbean hurricanes hit these coves with full force.
Do you think there's a way into the cave?
That has to be 200 tons of solid rock. The only way you're going to get through there is by blowing a hole in it. And I'm afraid the Creaky Crab 2 here is too small for artillery.
Do you think there are any fossils on this beach?
Bones? Here? I don't think so. You see, most of the rock is igneous. It doesn't have the right sedimentary process and stratigraphic considerations. You need to have a thorough understanding of geologic timescales and the depositional environments present in a particular era to fully grasp why fossils wouldn't be found in rock formations like these.
I didn't expect you to know so much about geology.
Most people don't. Skills like that, you keep close to your chest. Never know when they'll come in useful.
What do you think of Muffy persisting in his search?
Well, everybody needs a hobby, right? I collect rubber ducks.
You continue to surprise me, Crab.
So
pirates used to use this beach to stow hidden treasure?
I heard this one was used by Captain Crumb.
He's related to Jasper Crumb, the jeweler, isn't he?
Hard to believe, isn't it? One of the most vicious pirates to sail these seas. Until he got the wind knocked out of his sails. How a bloodline can go from a man who would cut through a dozen men for just a single doubloon to a man who came off worse in a fight with a budgie is beyond me.
What knocked the wind out of Captain Crumb's sails?
Some say it was a ghost ship. Personally, I think he must have had a midlife crisis. Tried to find something more fulfilling, like crochet or watercolour painting. All that swashbuckling would wear anyone out.
I'd like to head back to Dead Nettle, please.
I'll stay here. Come back for me later. I'm not leaving until I find a fossil. That guy's elevator doesn't go all the way to the top floor now, does it? Hop aboard, Murphy.
So. Sagt ihr was?
Welcome back.
Good evening, Mr.
How can I?
I've been to Crossbone Cove. I was told your great-great-grandfather used to use it to store his loot.
You made it there and back in one piece? If you're pulling my leg, you'll need to be careful, because my hip's been dodgy for years.
No, really. I hired Crab McCready to take me there in his ferry.
Now I know you're fooling me. Hiring Crab McCready. I've never heard such lunacy. Nobody with an ounce of sense would let him captain a quiz team, let alone a journey out along the southeast shore.
I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
I've got something to sell that I think you'll be very interested in.
Wonderful! What is it you're selling?
These are genuine pirate gems. They were discovered at the treacherously inaccessible Crossbone Cove, where they must have laid undisturbed for 2 centuries. Just imagine their history. Fierce ship battles, sword fights, X marks the spot. They must be priceless.
That's a very exciting story, Murphy. But I'm afraid what we have here is glass.
Glass?
Yes, sea glass. Bits of bottle or a broken lantern, perhaps. They fall into the sea, then get smashed up into little pieces by the rocks. The tide wears them down until you end up with pretty little polished pieces like this.
Does that mean you're not going to buy them off me?
I'm afraid not. But they are pretty. I'll tell you what I'll do. Have a look and see if there's something you'd like to trade them for. Does that sound like a deal?
Sounds like the best deal I'm going to get.
Ein Fossil.
Could I trade the sea glass for one of these fossils?
Certainly. I think that's within your price range. Which would you like?
The swirly one at the front would be great. Thank you.
Ich glaube, ohne das kommt der nicht weg und ich muss da drauf schießen.
Pleasure doing business with you.
So, jetzt muss ich... Einmal drehen.
As I directed the light along the coast, it caught the polished brooch I'd placed on the cairn, reflecting back the light fantastically, like a signal mirror. The cannon looked like it might... The cannon was ready to fire, but no matter how...
Ja, das habe ich mir gedacht. Warte mal. Ja. Das habe ich mir gedacht, dass ich Muffy erstmal loslegen muss.
Hello again.
Hello, Murphy.
Hallo.
What was that puppet show you were watching?
A bastardization of the Commedia dell'arte. You know, I don't even think they're Italian. Shave the moustaches off, and they look exactly like two guys I saw down at the Absinthe Bar a few weeks ago.
Do you think they're really locals?
Worse than that, I think they're Floridians.
Does anyone else perform here?
On the Plaza del Pez? Oh, sure. We're plagued by performers. Last week, some guy painted himself silver, shoved a steel rod up his sleeve, then stood there pretending he could float on air.
Sounds magical.
It wasn't magical when Mrs. Grotke took a tumble and tried to steady herself on him. Knocked the guy right into the bay. He might have been able to float on air, but he sure couldn't float on water.
Are you not a fan of the theater?
Quite the contrary. I dreamed of one day treading the boards, basking in the limelight.
What would your act have been?
Hypnosis. Ever since I was a boy, I would practice for hours, honing my hypnotic stare.
Were you any good at it?
I don't know. I never tried it out other than in the mirror. But anytime I hear a bell ring, I do start clucking like a chicken.
Have you ever auditioned for the local theater?
At the Calliope? No, I can't say that I have. I always felt that the innate connection between the performer and the audience was disrupted by the proscenium arch. An actor should get out among the spectators, simultaneously a symbol and a reflection of the society they find themselves in. A commentary on the bourgeoisie that belongs within the everyday experience, not locked away behind an entry fee.
You think that can come across in street theater?
Of course. Unless you're a mime, then you just look silly.
Für den Kapitän hatte schon
I'd like to head back to Crossbone Cove, please.
That's enough.
Schon einige
Returning to Crossbone
Ansichten.
Cove, I discovered the lighthouse at Fort de la Moor was now illuminating the inside of the cove. That wasn't going to work. Muffy, look what I just found.
Is that what I think it is? A dinosaur fossil. A memento of the behemoths. A shadow of a bygone age. My very own dinosaur. That's an ammonite, that is.
Really not helping here, Crab.
Just saying.
And it was right here where you were searching. You were right after all.
I was right. I'm a real-life paleontologist. This'll show Papa.
Crab, we're heading back to Dead Nettle. Muffy found what he was looking for.
Glad to hear it. Step aboard. Where did your friend run off to so fast?
I have no idea, but I think we made a childhood dream come true tonight.
I am so overwhelmed, I might spew right across the deck.
Oh Mann. Ah, nein. Falsche Seite. Ist der am Strand? Nein, schon weg. Okay. Warte mal, ich will was sehen. Kann ich es wieder... Nicht. Hab ich nur.
I didn't need any more grease.
Okay. Das ist natürlich. Ich wollte sicher gehen. Nein, was? Ah, ne. Ne. Ich muss hier. Mord oder Mord. Und jetzt draufballern.
With the brooch at Crossbone Cove reflecting light back from the lighthouse, I knew exactly where to aim. I took a match out of the matchbook and lit the cannon's fuse. I felt like a pirate captain about to unleash a broadside barrage. Ready the cannons, you scurvy scallywags! Pull the ship to port, down with the mainsail! Buckle your swash and fire!
Aber ich glaube, der hätte mehr Versuche gebraucht.
That looks like it might have worked.
Als ob ein Schuss genau da treffen würde. Da müsste er genau schon zielen. Oh, das weiß ich nicht so wirklich. Da bin ich mir nicht so sicher, ob es ihm echt wirklich so geklappt hätte.
Hello again, Crab.
Hello.
I'd like to...
Pass in. Well, blow me down. What's happened here? Did you do this, Murphy?
I needed to find a way in.
Well, Aladdin, I think you found your magic cave.
Ja, ich glaube, heute beenden wir das Spiel sogar.
The cannon fire had worked. The boulders that had fallen in the rock slide were now rubble strewn across the beach, revealing what I'd been searching for, a dark cave winding into the cliffside.
Ja, heute beenden wir das Spiel. Ich glaube, wird nicht mehr lang dauern.
A ghostly glow flickered from the far end of the cave as I slipped on the seaweed-covered rocks trying to reach it. I began to fear the worst.
Servus.
As I emerged in the subterranean chamber, I discovered it was actually the otherworldly glow of plankton.
Servus. Oh.
I wasn't going to be able to pick up the algae with my bare hands. That wasn't going to work.
Spiellogik.
I couldn't do that. I needed to think of something else. I didn't know if my mind was playing tricks on me, but the rock formations in the cave began to look like a skull and crossbones. So that's why they call it that.
Das ist,
I didn't know if my... So...
Ja. Der letzte Schlüssel. Der liegt schon eine Weile hier.
I found you, Xavier. Your final expedition won't have been in vain.
Trackman.
Murphy McCallan, you will pay for your insolence.
I have the third key now, Rackham. The treasure doesn't belong to you. I will get to the Belmore treasure before you.
Do you think this is a game, Murphy McCallan? You are toying with things beyond your understanding.
I think you're just nervous that I'm closer to finding the treasure than you are.
I will not be defeated by a mere mortal. Even if you claim the treasure, I will haunt you to the ends of the earth. There will be no escape from the terror and misery I will bring down upon you. Each time you sleep, I will turn your every dream into an unending nightmare.
I've survived your attempts to kill me twice now, Rackham. Maybe you're not as powerful as you think you are.
Even with the 3 keys, do you really think you can beat me to the treasure, Murphy? You are a mortal. I am an all-powerful spirit. I have looked upon the face of death, and still I remain here. Now it's time for you to look upon death too. Just as Xavier Belmore drowned in the rising tide of this cave, so shall you.
No. No, bitch.
When Rackham's earthquake finally stopped, I realized the route I'd followed into the cave was blocked. Tons of impenetrable rock and rubble now stood between me and the outside world. I was trapped. The only source of light was the glowing algae in the water, but even that dimmed to darkness when it went undisturbed in the quiet cave. At any point, the cave could fill up with seawater, drowning me just as it had Xavier. I needed to find a way out. I didn't need to talk. I didn't know if my mind was playing. There was no way through the wall of rubble. I didn't need to bother Xavier anymore. I wasn't going to be able to... The bottle I was carrying would be a better choice for that. I didn't need to keep it hot or cold.
Oh, okay.
It was an... As I stood...
Ja. Huh?
I scooped up some of the algae water. With a quick shake to agitate it, the bottle began to shine like a blue lantern. I didn't need... It wasn't... It was a soda bottle. I didn't need... I didn't...
Hmm?
I didn't need... As the darkness dimmed in the cave, I began to make out a faint luminescence in the form of a whirlpool. Some turbulence beneath the water was making the algae glow, and I hoped it might be an underwater tunnel.
Deswegen ist er auch getrunken, oder das?
It might have been my only way out, but swimming through the darkness would have been far too dangerous. I didn't need to pour algae water on that. That might have been my only way out, but swimming through the darkness would have been far too dangerous.
Wie willst du da... Ich habe keine Streichhölzer.
I didn't need to pour algae water. I didn't need to tie that up. I didn't need to tie that up.
Ich muss irgendwas mit dem Ding machen, aber was? Oder?
That didn't work. It was a soda. I didn't... There was no way... I didn't know if my mind was playing tricks on me.
Ja, okay, ja.
It wasn't going to be... The bottle I was carrying would be a better... I didn't need... I did... I didn't need... I didn't... The lights below the water didn't offer much chance of escape, but at least it was better than waiting to drown in the cave. Using the bottle of algae as an underwater lantern, I waded into the water, then dived down below the surface. The underwater tunnels felt like a maze. I pulled myself past jagged rocks and twisting passages, with only the ethereal blue glow of the algae to light my way, until finally, with only seconds of air left in my lungs, I reached the surface.
Murphy, what are you doing over there? It's dangerous to swim out here, you know. You could get washed into a sea cave or something.
Thanks for the advice, Crab. I'll make a note of that. Green from the seawater I'd swallowed, I could at least say I'd survived being drowned. And now I had Xavier's key. That was it. All 3 skeleton keys. Now it was time to open the vault.
Jetzt gehen wir zurück.
Hello again.
Hello, Murphy.
I'd like to...
Zurück. Ansonsten... Sollten wir alles haben. Ja. Jetzt können wir Eis hinaus. Einen wunderschönen Abend. Ich muss noch ganz kurz auf Toilette. Ich komme gleich wieder. Sinas. Ah, und Sinas, guck mal später im Discord. Ich hab dir was geschickt.
I placed the first key into the mantelpiece.
So.
I placed the second key into the mantelpiece. I placed the third key into the mantelpiece and immediately heard a click.
Ooh.
I didn't know what exactly I was going to discover beneath the house, but it was time to find out.
Oh.
I wouldn't go down there if I were you.
This is the only way to save everyone in the house. I need to see what's down there.
A cry for help will make no sound, with secrets deep below the ground. Dare he walk into the black, for once he's in, he won't come back.
Hey, der Sackstein. Teil 4. Das ist Kapitel 3. Oh, Teil 3.
The staircase coiled down and down beneath the house, carved out of the very rock the house sat on. Lit only by flickering lanterns, I worked my way towards the green glow beckoning me at the end of the tunnel.
Oh.
Finally passing through the frame of a large metal door and into the Belmore vault.
Da ist der Sarg.
I didn't want to lock myself in. There didn't appear to be a way to operate the crane. That must have been the treasure coffin, the same one the Belmore brothers traded for in the Caribbean, and that meant I had a pretty good guess what was inside, if I could find a way to reach it.
Genau, jetzt nicht. Okay, das Wasser sieht schon komisch aus. Ah, warte mal.
Decades of exposure to the coffin stone had turned the water green with cursed energy, just like the spirit water in Moray's riverboat. I didn't want to put my hand in it.
Yeah.
That didn't work.
Das kann ich noch rausholen.
I couldn't do that. That didn't work.
Huh?
I needed to think of something else. That wasn't going... Nope. The entire... Decades of exposure to... I didn't want... I reached down to the hand wheel and pulled it from the glowing water, careful not to splash any on myself.
Warte mal, kann ich Wasser? Ah, geht. Geht doch. Und ich mir...
I needed to think of something else. That didn't work.
Da muss ich den Sack nach unten. Ah. Beweg dich, beweg dich, beweg dich.
The hand wheel slotted perfectly onto the axle of the crane.
Aber so viel Geld. 13 Millionen für das hier bauen. Respekt. 13 Mille für so eine Unterkunft. Batman?
Nope.
No.
I didn't need to pour. As I peered into the coffin, I saw for the first time the cursed artifact that had caused all of this. The coffin stone. Its surface is black as brimstone, each crack faceted like an emerald. Simultaneously beautiful and terrifying.
And so the elusive artifact is found.
Rackham, you've lost. I found the coffin stone before you. Your plan has failed.
Congratulations, Murphy McCallan. But now I think it's time you hand it over to me.
I'll never give it to you.
Give it to me, or die.
You've attempted to kill me 3 times now, and every time you've failed. You don't scare me anymore.
Yes. How convenient that you managed to escape 3 times. Such failure on my part would be terribly embarrassing. It's almost as though it was planned that way.
Planned?
Could perhaps the perpetual threat of an evil phantom have motivated you to quicken your pace in finding the coffin stone? Without a demonstration of the threat, you might well have walked away. But you did exactly as I wanted. My powers outside this house may have been constrained to mere projections, and yet everything I needed was accomplished by you.
You wanted me to find the stone?
Now the foolish mortal understands. And just as you hold something valuable to me, I hold something that is valuable to you.
Abigail, are you okay?
I'm afraid she's very much under my spell again, McCallan. And for the final time, too. Her final struggle to escape the spell. All that energy she spent to warn you, wasted on someone as worthless as you. Now, because of it, she's trapped forever.
I'll save her.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
I'll use the coffin stone to save her.
You know nothing about the stone, McCallan. Do you even know how to use its powers?
I know enough to not let you have it.
Let me tell you the final piece of the puzzle. The Belmore treasure will belong to me. For years, I have studied and mastered powers beyond anything you could know. I deserve that stone. But as you've come to learn, Murphy McCallan, this magical artifact has one important rule. It will only work for its rightful owner. It cannot be stolen. It can only be bought or traded or inherited. I knew the Belmores would never sell or trade it to me of their own volition. But if I were to marry Abigail, all our worldly goods would become one another's. If she inherited the entire Belmore estate. Perhaps I underestimated her infatuation with that sailor. The need to look into the eyes of her true love as she vows I do. But tonight, it's time to perform the wedding again. And if she needs to gaze into her true love's eyes to go through with it, this time I will make that happen. Don't you remember yet, Murphy? Only you could be lured to the island. Only you could summon the spirits of the house. Only you heard the call of the treasure within. You've been here before.
Walking through the port town of Deadnettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick.
I know what your mind sees when your eyelids close. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
I I've been dreaming about this treasure since I first read about it. It's like it's calling for me to find it.
It's like it can infect your dreams.
Even without lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me, or warning me.
I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen.
And Murphy, this ghost story, now it's your story too.
You came back.
You were the sailor, Murphy McCallan. Welcome home.
It's out.
It felt like I was falling through every memory of my life. And then every memory of the life I once lived, the realization crystallizing in my mind like a flash of lightning. I was the sailor. I remembered everything. An entire relationship coursing through my mind in seconds. And the tragic way it ended. But I'd come back. For her. Abigail, you don't have to marry him. I remember. I loved you. I still love you.
It's too late, McCallan. She's my bride-to-be now.
She broke free of the spell the last time you tried to make her say I do. She'll do it again. It's me she wants to marry.
You're right about that. This time, it'll be your eyes she sees before her. I promised you death, Murphy. And I intend to deliver. For 33 years, I was trapped in this house. Now you'll be trapped here for eternity.
In dem Sarg. Ja, nee, ist klar.
Such a feeble vessel. But I'll have to make a deal.
Ja, nee, ist klar.
Do excuse me, Mr. McCallan. I have a wedding I'm running frightfully late for, and I'd just die if I missed it.
And that's how I died. My body torn from its spirit, and then possessed by Rackham for his evil ends. All those times I'd read about the ghosts of Belmore Manor, and now I was one of them. But just like those ghosts, death wouldn't be the end for me. If I could escape the vault.
Aber wenn du ein Geist bist, ist doch scheißegal, ob die Tür zu ist oder nicht. Du musst einfach durchgehen, oder bin ich blöd?
The hook was lowered as far as it could go. Looking back into the treasure coffin, I found it now contained all the items I'd collected on my adventure. I gathered up all the belongings I'd been carrying. Rackham might not see their purpose, but if they'd helped me out once, they might be useful again.
Weil, wenn du ein Geist bist, doch scheißegal, ob die Tür zu ist oder nicht.
I couldn't remove the nails with my bare hands.
Oder bin ich da blöd? Wo ist? Schon.
One by one, I pried the old nails from the coffin.
Kann mich auch irren, aber... Sargnägel.
Decades of exposure to the... I didn't want to put my hand...
Wieso nicht?
Nope. That wasn't going to work.
Nein.
It was a death...
Nein. Ja.
I tried with all my might to open the vault door, but with no luck. It had been locked from the other side. Holding the door in place was a pair of metal hinges that each looked like they'd begun to fracture, but pulling at them with my fingers would do nothing. I didn't know what strange effects the spirit water had, but getting through metal hinges wasn't one of them. That didn't work. I could...
Das auch nicht.
There was nothing on the hinge. I tried with all my might.
Ja. Lass los, lass los. Was ist da oben?
I tried with all my might to...
Ja.
I tried with all...
Achso. What the fuck? Komm, lass los.
I tried with all...
Ah, okay, das Gleiche.
With the handle reattached, I could now...
Ah! Das Ding nach dort drüben ziehen, oder?
The hook hung out of reach.
Das?
I'd once won a wooden whistle in a lasso game at the county fair. Now it was time to play the game with a little more on the line.
Und ist das Ding dahin? Aber ist der Spielraum mit dem Geist nicht durch Türen gehen, bla bla
I
bla.
attached the heavy metal hook to the handle on the door. Well, I hope that holds.
Wenn nicht, shit happens. Wenn nicht, sind wir wirklich tot.
I turned the hand wheel, pulling the chain taut, but the vault door remained secure in its frame. It must have still been attached somehow.
Scharnier. Du Held.
Holding the door in place was a pair of metal hinges that... The vault door looked even stronger than the rock around it. If I set off in a...
Okay. Vielleicht, Sapsi, vielleicht.
I didn't need to pour... I tried with all my might to open the vault door, but with no luck. It had been locked from the other side.
Kann ich nichts mehr machen. Das ist na hier, aber was soll ich sonst machen hier?
I didn't need...
Brauche ich nicht, brauche ich nicht.
The vault door was much too strong. The vault door was...
Hier ist wieder befragt. Weil sonst,
I turned the hand wheel, pulling the chain taut, but the vault door remained secure in its frame. It must have still been attached somehow.
Ah, stimmt auch wieder. Wenn du jahrelang Auto gefahren bist und dann da ist der Körper schon automatisch nein. Kann ich da was machen?
I didn't...
Keine Ahnung. Ja, das hab ich, das hab ich. Hä? Ich hab doch das benutzt. Nicht verarschen? Ich habe doch die Schaufel auf die Scharniere drauf getan. Und da sagt er, es ist bringt nichts. Willst mich verarschen, Spiel. Ich auffüllen.
I may not have been able to get through the vault door with brute force, but I could certainly make an impact on its hinges.
Willst mich verarschen? Ich habe das gemacht. Oder war ich ein paar Millimeter zu weit nach rechts gewesen oder was? Was für ein Scheiß. Wäre gar richtig gewesen. Mit dem.
The vault door went crashing into the spirit water below, and in doing so gave me my escape route.
Ich habe mir gedacht, mit dem hier die Scharniere kaputt machen, dann kannst du raus, aber.
With no time to lose, I needed to get to the ballroom.
We are gathered here today to join Abigail Belmore and Murphy McCallan in holy matrimony.
Rackham's plan was taking shape. At the far end of the ballroom, Father Foskett was delivering the rites that would wed Abigail to Rackham, even if he'd possessed my body to do it. I needed to stop the wedding, and I didn't have much time left at all. Marching up to them without a plan wasn't going to be a wise move. I couldn't go any further and risk Rackham seeing me before I was ready to confront him. That wasn't going. I didn't need to pour spirit water on. That didn't work. That didn't. I didn't need to pour spirit water on. I didn't need.
Ich weiß nicht, was du von mir willst, junger Mann.
Nope. In a flash of inspiration, a plan came into my mind. The summoning spell revealed that which is hidden within. Maybe it could reveal the evil spirit that was hidden within my mortal body, if I could find all the ingredients.
Schießpulver, Silbermünze. Musste ich ganze Scheiße nochmal machen, oder was?
I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree.
Kreide. Was zum Fix soll ich Kreide jetzt finden? Schwarze Federn. Sag. Okay.
I placed the coffin nails into the gree-gree.
Das habe ich. Federn kriege ich vom Hohn. Und das muss ich zum. Silbermünze.
It was a single coin made of.
Wo kriege ich Knochen wieder her? Oh, da.
The delicately drawn writing on the chalkboard listed the schedule of events for the wedding. Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
It is certainly not a good evening. The kitchens aren't prepared, the flower arrangements are a shambles, and they've changed the schedule 3 times already.
The schedule?
Right behind me in black and white. And am I even permitted to see the wedding? Of course not, in case any guests arrive late. Through a door we're supernaturally barred from passing through. I almost daren't say it, but I'm on the verge of resigning my duties. I am the head of housekeeping. I deserve respect.
Respect?
What did you say was on the chalkboard?
As I said, this is the schedule of tonight's events. I've spent the past 40 minutes writing that up, with all the calligraphic flair my teachers taught me in preparatory school. And now I'm hearing rumors that the schedule is going to change. No self-respecting housekeeper should have to deal with so much in such a short period. One more change, and I shall be handing in my notice.
I need to stop the wedding.
You shall do no such thing. I've put a lot of work into this event, and I won't have an off-the-street gutter snipe like you interrupting it. I'm barely hanging on as it is.
Goodbye, Mrs. Craddock.
Goodbye, indeed.
Trophäenzimmer.
pot was practically empty again, with only a few drops of liquid wax left at the bottom.
Kann ich reisen? Natürlich kann ich nicht reisen.
Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
It was clear that if I wanted it, I was going to have to persuade the Colonel to let me take it. A tricky task when he was deafer than Beethoven wearing earmuffs. Good evening, Colonel.
I can't tell you that, or it won't come true.
Good evening, Colonel.
No, thank you.
Rum kann ich jetzt in der Kirche, glaube ich, holen.
I had already taken the last of the rum. All of the smaller...
Oh.
Walking back into the conservatory, I could hear the unnerving hum of electricity. The outer casing of the automaton had been removed. Clearly, Rupert was undertaking some maintenance on it.
Okay.
The casings were elaborately formed sheet metal meant for the automaton, and not very useful for much else. The fountain had long run dry, and the cracked, dusty basin was empty. The interior of the automaton was laced with wires, fuses, and other dangerous-looking electrical devices. Even as a ghost, it didn't feel safe to touch anything inside it.
Touchy, touchy.
I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts.
Touchy, touchy. Okay, da ist keiner mehr.
The door was locked. The door was...
Ja, war eh klar gewesen. Jetzt kann ich mir das wieder hören. Und wieder nehmen.
I picked up the horn. Abigail had no need for it anymore. I didn't have the time or tools to remove the wooden planks. Abigail had gone, and so had the final tokens of her happiness.
So, einmal zurück. Zurück. Daran. Hier, du schweriger Kopf.
Would you like your ear trumpet back?
It's no use.
I'll take that as...
Oh, thank you, my boy. I suppose now that Foskett's not here, I can enjoy a little peace again.
Why aren't you at the ceremony?
The ceremony?
I think everybody's gone through to the ballroom for the wedding.
Well, I didn't hear an announcement.
I wondered why. Would you like me to top off your drink?
Oh, yes, my boy. Good plan. I meant to save it for the toast, but who can blame a man when such temptation is right in front of him?
Classroom. Was bräuchte das? So eine Sache. Komme ich raus?
As a ghost, I was trapped in the house. I needed to get my body back.
Ah, Federn.
I placed the feather duster in the gree-gree. That would work as black feathers.
Ah, Rum. Doof.
I poured the rum from the Colonel's glass into the gree-gree.
Ah, wo ist Kreide? Das habe ich. Das habe ich. Das habe ich. Das habe ich. Ich mit Knochen, Silber und Kreide. Knochen, Silber und...
was a strange feeling, staring at a decaying skeletal body that, once upon a time, used to be me. Knowing the skeleton belonged to a former version of myself, I didn't feel quite as uneasy taking a piece of it.
Knochen. Doof.
I placed the skeletal finger in the gree-gree. That would work as the bone fragment.
Ich brauche jetzt Kreide und Silbermünze. Oh, Kreide. Aber hier habe ich keine Kreide. Oder?
I didn't need... I didn't need...
Oh, Kreide. Hier vielleicht? Oh, ne. Schalter, Wein.
There was nothing large. I considered looking through the boxes, but doubted my immediate situation needed a set of matching crockery or monogrammed dish towels. Now wasn't the time for a celebration. I considered looking through the... I had already...
Oh, Kreide, Alter. Wo soll ich Kreide und das andere Scheiß finden? Hier ist nix.
Knowing the erratic surges of electricity that must have been flowing...
Als ob ich irgendwo Kreide und Silbermünze finden würde. Wobei, Silbermünze.
My piano repertoire.
Ja. Hier.
The interior of the automaton was laced with wires, fuses, and other dangerous-looking electrical devices. Even as a ghost, it didn't feel safe to touch anything inside it. The gardener's hand-painted sign of a human skull surrounded by electricity bolts clearly warned me to stay away if I didn't want to get electrocuted.
Hier ist die Silbermünze, verdammte Scheiße.
The interior of the even as a ghost. That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. A wooden... The gardener's hand-painted sign of a human skull surrounded by electricity bolts clearly warned me to stay away if I didn't want to get electrocuted.
Hier ist die Silbermünze.
The interior of the even as a what I once thought was a statue was now revealed to be...
Ich hab den bla bla bla.
That didn't work. Nope. That wasn't...
Jetzt habe ich meine... Was Silbermünze ist hier. Kreide habe ich keine Ahnung, was die Scheiße ist. Oh Mann.
Examining the overgrowth felt more like... The danger sign dangling from the automaton warned of electrocution. Now it wasn't just the plants in the conservatory that were deadly, it was the statuary too. But being dead already, I decided to take the risk.
gehabt.
I took the engraved coin from the automaton's now open hand.
So.
Being made of silver, the engraved coin was just right for going into the Grigri.
Jetzt? Wo Kreide? Ich habe echt keine Ahnung. Bin ehrlich. Ich weiß hier nicht, wo ich die Kreide finden soll.
The macabre warning was definitely served.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, wo hier Kreide sein soll. Ja.
My piano repertoire.
Ah, warte mal. Kreide. Lauf. Lauf.
The delicately drawn.
Mit Tuch.
Don't you touch that!
The delicately.
Wie soll ich jetzt die?
I didn't think she'd be. I didn't need to share that now. Do you know who this death certificate belongs to?
Of course I don't. It's got no name. What use is a death certificate without a name?
Ah, soll ich die Kreide? Stell mal, ich muss das und das, aber wie? Wie soll ich denn das schaffen? Ja, warte mal. Kann ich,
I needed to think of some. I couldn't do that.
Ah, warte mal. Nein, die Tür ist zu, ich kann nicht nach oben kommen. Da drüben geht auch nicht. Nee. Nee, ich muss schauen. Ich habe jetzt nicht... Keine Ahnung. Ich weiß, dass ich hier irgendwas machen muss, aber... Ich weiß nicht, wie ich die alte hier wegkriegen soll. Seil bringt mir nichts.
I didn't think she'd be interested.
Ah, wieso? Einmal fesseln. Man weiß nie. Ach, ne. Schade. Jetzt kommt's raus. Ja, Kreide. Ja, das weiß ich. Ah. So habe ich dran gedacht. Was ist das Plan?
Noticing the similarity between Mrs. Craddock's chalk artistry and the wedding schedule, it was time to ask some questions. Are the times on your chalkboard correct?
Excuse me. Whatever do you mean?
Well, it's just that I was given this other schedule and the times are very different from yours. Maybe things have been shuffled around?
No, this can't be. How am I expected to work under these conditions? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. If they keep reconsidering every decision, I can't be expected to keep up with it.
Yep, definitely different. This looks like it'll take ages to fix.
That's it! They're already at the altar. I shall be taking my leave. Somebody else can hand out the vol au vents.
With the noise and waddling motion of a cranky goose, Mrs. Craddock strode across the grand hall, through a doorway and out of sight.
Okay, ich habe an dem gar nicht mehr dran gedacht, an der Hochzeitsplan. Bin ich ehrlich. Ich habe an dem Scheiß gar nicht mehr
Like
gedacht.
a guilty schoolchild held back after class, I rubbed down the chalkboard.
Gar nicht mehr dran gedacht.
And came away with the flag covered in chalk dust.
Und einmal rein.
I placed the chalk dust covered flag into the gree-gree. That was the final ingredient. Now I just needed one more thing, an image of the focus. And this time, the focus was going to be me.
Ah, hier.
I remembered the photograph of me that had been taken earlier that night, still privately tucked away inside the captain's license. I folded it up and placed it inside the gree-gree, knowing that it would work perfectly to direct the spell towards its focus, my own body. So the spell was ready. Now it was time to confront Rackham.
Like the morning dew upon the grass, may your love refresh and
Wedding
nourish.
Crasher. Hello, bitch. Ich bin da.
If anyone can show just cause why these two may not lawfully be wed, speak now or forever hold your peace.
She doesn't love him.
You meddlesome fool! I am her groom. I will marry her.
Rackham has been using dark magic. The bride is under a love spell, and he's possessed my body for this wedding.
Your claims are the ravings of a madman. Vosket, resume the ceremony at once.
Yes. Then, by the power vested in me...
You've underestimated me for the last time, Rackham. If you won't return to me what is mine, I have the power to take it. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
I now declare you... husband and wife.
Murphy, I'm back. We're married.
No!
Haha.
You may now kiss the bride.
Geht weiter.
You fool! You've destroyed everything!
I've saved everything, including the one I love. But there is one thing that needs to be destroyed, Rackham, and that's you.
Ah, Männchen. Und hasta la vista.
Murphy, now that we're married, the power of the stone is yours too.
And for once, it'll be used for good.
No.
Rackham, be gone.
No!
Haha. Down ist
I knew you'd do it, Murphy. Do you remember now?
I can't believe I ever forgot you.
I knew you'd come back. Even if just for a final goodbye.
Goodbye? Why goodbye?
The spell is broken. The ghosts of the house are able to move on.
And as I looked around us, I saw each ghost in the audience fading away as they passed over to the spirit realm, each with a grateful smile. With a heartbreaking realization, I knew Abigail would be next.
30 Jahre rumhängen ist schon.
Murphy, I think I have to go with them now.
I can't lose you again, Abigail.
It was worth it to see you one last time. You freed me. Thank you, Murphy, for everything.
No, I won't let this be the end.
Ah.
Stay with me, Abigail.
I wish I could, Murphy.
Mit dem nächsten Leben.
Stay with me, Abigail.
I wish I could, Murphy.
Stein?
The coffin stone glowed green with the stolen years of Rackham's life. For once in a lifetime of evil, Rackham could do something good. The coffin stone captures a person's remaining years, and now it holds Rackham's. Abigail, I give them to you.
Ja, nee. Jetzt wird's menschlich, oder was? Nicht. Weiß. Ja, nee, ist klar. Blech. Blech.
You're back.
Just like you came back for me. Nothing could keep us apart. Not even death.
33 years without you. I never thought I'd be able to hold you again.
33 years stuck in this house. Come on, Murphy. Let's go see the sunrise.
Ein schönes Spiel. Das Ende, naja. Happy End und so weiter, aber trotzdem.
So how does it feel being a treasure hunter?
It would have been easier if I'd remembered what the treasure was this whole time. All those dreams I had of a treasure calling out to me from this house. It wasn't $13 million. It wasn't even the coffin stone. It was you. You were the treasure.
And you found me.
Ja, warum?
Why did nobody tell me who I was from the beginning?
You couldn't just be told you're in love with someone you don't recognize. You needed to remember it yourself. I knew it would happen eventually.
Why did nobody living recognize me?
Rackham has all kinds of powers I'm not sure we'll ever understand. For years, he'd been trying to erase all memories of you. His plan relied on it. To everyone else, you became just a blur. How could anyone really make the leap to realize you're a reincarnation from 30-something years ago? You didn't even know it yourself.
How did I come back from the spirit realm?
Don't you remember?
No, I remember the moment I died, and then the earliest memories of this new life I've been living, but nothing in between.
Madame Planchette told me that spirits can come back if their ties to the mortal realm remain strong enough. But even she doesn't know more than that. Who knows if we'll ever find out?
Weißblut, okay. Muss sagen, war auf jeden Fall ein schönes Spiel. Der Humor, die Charaktere, war auf jeden Fall speziell, aber unterhaltsam. Das Spiel hat auf jeden Fall sehr viel Spaß gemacht, das Game. Und ich glaube, momentan kostet es 18 € oder irgendwas in Richtung Angebot. Und für das, das Game, das Geld, wer sowas liebt, point-and-click, ja, kann man auf jeden Fall sich holen. Aber ich denke auch, dass bei manchen Rätseln, du kommst so normalerweise nicht drauf. Vielleicht irgendwann nach vielen Versuchen, aber bei manchen Rätseln ist schon, boah.
What happened to all the ghosts in the house?
They'll all have crossed over now. So many years of life destroyed by Rackham's deeds, and he didn't even need the coffin stone to do it. The spirits no longer had much to keep them here in the mortal realm anymore. They'll be happier that way, and we all end up there eventually.
In some cases, we come back.
Ich glaube auch, das Weißblut bei manchen Rätseln würde einen Anfall bekommen. Genau wie mit dem Walzer beim Ball. Da, wenn du nicht guckst und so weiter, nachschaust, bis du das richtig hast, dass die dort herauskommt, kann auch gefühlt Stunden dauern.
But I hope his spirit was destroyed. I'd hate to think it's moved on to the spirit realm. All I do know is that we don't have to worry about him here anymore.
Und auch jetzt, wo vorhin war mit dem Rakete in dem Abflussrohr hochschießen, damit du Licht bekommst. Dann denkst du automatisch, du hast einen Leuchtturm. Den Leuchtturm musst du hinsenden. Das ist auch so wie es da.
What are we going to do with the coffin stone?
It stayed safe in the vault for over 30 years. For now, perhaps that's where we should return it to. I think it's our duty now to watch over it, to make sure it never falls into evil hands.
Again.
Und auch, wie du mal gesagt hast, man muss auch die richtigen Reihenfolge bei den Point-and-Click haben. Ich war schon da gewesen, aber ich war halt 1-2 Schritte zu weit gedacht. Daher ist auch manchmal du bist schon auf dem richtigen Weg, aber das Spiel ist noch nicht so weit, wie du denkst.
So, this is the end of our adventure.
This is only the beginning, Murphy. It took a bit longer than we expected, but we're married now, after all these years.
The rest of our lives are ours again.
Till death do us part.
And even longer than that.
Ich glaube auch, sagt sie. Also, mir hat es auch sehr gut gefallen. Sehr viel Spaß gemacht. foolishmortals. So. Gut, dass ich gekauft habe. Aber ich weiß gar nicht, von wem ich das Spiel habe. Habe ich selber gefunden oder war es von euch gewesen? Die Idee oder das Spiel. Ich weiß gar nicht mehr. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich das gefunden habe oder ihr mir das Spiel empfohlen habt. Ah, stimmt, ja, die ganzen, wo wir mal den Trailer geschaut haben, der war mit dabei gewesen. Genau, das war gewesen. Ein Hoch auf die Trailers. Müssen wir irgendwann auch mal weitermachen. Danke, Sinas. Hat auf jeden Fall sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Okay. Ich habe einige Errungenschaften habe ich nicht bekommen. Extras. Ah, es ist das. Also, Einstellungen. Nein. Ben. Schauen wir uns mal kurz an. Habe ich alle. Bibliothek. 7 Stück habe ich nicht. Wait. Keep watching. Okay, ja. Go on a crime spree. Komplett quickly. Show of the magazine. Fill the bottle from every source. Okay. Okay, wenn du weißt, was du machen musst, kannst du das Spiel schnell beenden. Speedrun. Das geht schon schnell. Wenn du die ganzen Texte überspringst, kannst du schnell beenden. Kryptomane, alles mitnehmen. Ich habe alles mitgenommen im Spiel. Einen letzten Drink. Ja, wenn du es einmal durchgespielt hast, spielst du das zweite Mal durch, dann kannst du das ohne Hinweise durchspielen. Das geht schon. Aber halt beim ersten Mal wird eng. Wo kommen die her? Wo kommen die ganzen Dinger her? Okay. Kenne ich nicht. Ah! Hast du ja Batman gehört? Ah, Shadow Mode. Das Noir-Style. Genau, das hier. Das war cool gewesen. So schwarz, rot, weiß, ein bisschen Farbe. Ist schon geil. Der Noir-Style. Ich hab's gern gespielt. Ist halt nur schade, dass die dort 2 Spiele rausgebracht haben damals. Das ist wirklich traurig. Telltale. Ich hab's gern gespielt. Jetzt ein Spaß haben mit dem Game. Wirst einen Spaß haben mit dem Game. Und das auch Agatha Christie. Bei dem wirst du auch deinen Spaß haben. Oho. Mit den ganzen Rätseln. Oho. Guter Witz. Fiction. Aber auf jeden Fall ein sehr cooles Game. Und das installieren ein Spiel weniger auf meiner Liste. Habe ich nicht auf meiner. Hier, Sam Max. Das wird wahrscheinlich nächstes Jahr irgendwann kommen. Habe ich Barmos Flucht nicht drauf gemacht? Auf meiner Wunschliste. Favoriten. Naja, ich habe Wolf, Ich habe dir, Sapsi und Sinas was geschickt. Als kleines Dankeschön, dass ihr mal da wart, mich unterstützt habt, auch wenn ich viel geflucht habe, ein bisschen laut geworden bin. Wollte ich mich bei euch viel bedanken, dass ihr mal da wart. Ich glaube nur Sinas muss noch irgendwann später oder die nächsten Tage das Geschenk annehmen. Auf Discord muss halt auf Steam aktivieren, das Game. Wollte mal ein kleines Dankeschön geben, dass ihr immer da wart und mich immer unterstützt habt. Weil das hätte ich beim Anfang vom Stream nie gedacht. Macht auf jeden Fall. Ja, das weiß ich wohl, dass du immer meistens im Lurk bist. Lurk ist auch kein ja, das weiß ich, Sinas. Aber ich wollte mal was zurückgeben. Ich wollte einfach mal was zurückgeben.